Every worry that follows you through the day does not come from the world outside. It comes from the place where thoughts repeat themselves when no one is watching, when the phone goes quiet, when the room is still, when you finally sit alone with your own mind. That is where stress lives. Not in events, not in people, not in circumstances, but in the meaning we give them. You were taught to believe that life hurts you, that people damage you, that loss breaks you, that words wound you. But the Stoics saw something most people never stop to question. They saw that nothing has power over you unless your mind hands it over. That pain is not always caused by what happens, but by how long you hold on to it, how often you replay it, how tightly you grip what has already passed. We spend our lives trying to control the outside world, fixing, avoiding, defending, proving. Yet the one place we ignore is the only place where freedom actually lives, the inner space where thoughts rise and can also fall, where emotions visit and don't have to stay, where peace is not something you chase, but something you allow. Letting go is not giving up. It is not weakness. It is not pretending things didn't matter. Letting go is learning when the mind can finally rest its grip, when you stop arguing with reality, when you stop feeding thoughts that were never meant to run your life, when you realize that calm is not found by changing the world, but by changing how deeply it enters you. This is not about becoming cold or distant or detached from life. This is about becoming steady, clear, untouchable in the way that truly matters, because when the mind is no longer at war with itself, the world loses its power to harm you. And that is where Stoic wisdom begins. And once you begin to see that the world itself is not the source of your suffering, something subtle shifts inside you. A quiet space opens, not loud, not dramatic, just enough room to notice what usually goes unseen. Because if nothing outside the mind can truly harm you, then the real question becomes uncomfortable and freeing at the same time. How does harm actually begin? It begins quietly, without force, without warning. It begins the moment an emotion appears and you say yes to it, without realizing you had a choice. A tight feeling rises in the chest, a rush of anger, a wave of sadness, a sting of shame. And before you know it, the emotion is no longer passing through you. It has moved in, it has unpacked, it has started giving orders. This is not because emotions are powerful by nature. It is because the moment they appear, the mind signs an agreement with them. A silent one, an automatic one, a contract that says, "You are right, you belong here, you should stay." This is the contract no one tells you about. Every time you believe an emotion's story, you extend its stay. Every time you act from it, you give it authority. And every time you repeat it in your thoughts, you renew the agreement. The Stoics understood this deeply. They saw emotions not as enemies, but as messengers that were never meant to become rulers. Feelings arise on their own. That part is natural. What is not natural is letting them define reality. Anger, for example, often arrives with a promise. It promises protection. It tells you that staying upset keeps you strong, alert, justified. But the cost is hidden. Once you accept anger as truth, your perception narrows. You stop seeing clearly. You replay the same scene again and again, sharpening the blade that only cuts inward. The situation may have ended, but the contract keeps it alive. The harm does not come from what happened. It comes from the continued permission you give it to live in your mind. The same happens with fear. Fear presents itself as wisdom. It warns. It predicts. It prepares you for pain that has not arrived. And if you agree with it, you start living inside a future that does not exist. Your body reacts as if danger is present now. Your thoughts shrink. Your choices become smaller. The contract with fear trades peace for control, but the control is an illusion. You lose your present moment to protect a future that may never come. Sadness works differently. It does not demand action. It asks for weight. It asks you to sit with it, to sink, to define yourself by what was lost. And again, feeling sadness is human. There is no wisdom in suppressing it. The mistake happens when sadness becomes identity, when the mind quietly says, "This is who I am now. This is my story." The contract is signed when you stop seeing sadness as an experience and start seeing it as the truth about your life. What makes these contracts so powerful is that they are invisible. No signature, no clear moment of decision. They are formed in seconds. A thought appears. You believe it. A feeling follows. You obey it. And soon, the emotion feels justified, permanent, personal. The Stoics taught that the space between feeling and belief is where freedom lives, not in stopping emotions, but in delaying obedience. An emotion cannot harm you on its own. It has no hands, no voice, no plan. It borrows all of that from your thoughts. The moment you stop feeding it meaning, it weakens. The moment you observe it without commentary, it loses direction. This is not detachment. This is clarity. You are not pushing the emotion away. You are simply refusing to sign the contract that says it gets to run the mind. Letting go begins right here, not by forcing calm, not by arguing with yourself, but by noticing the moment an emotion asks for agreement, the moment it wants you to say, "This should not be happening. This must mean something about me. This will last." That moment is the doorway. Pause there. Do nothing. Watch. Let the emotion rise without giving it a role. Over time, something changes. Emotions still come, but they pass through more quickly. Thoughts still appear, but they do not stick as easily. The mind learns that it does not need to react to every internal movement. And in that space, you begin to feel lighter. Not because life is easier, but because you are no longer carrying every feeling as if it were a command. This is where inner strength quietly forms, not in control, not in suppression, but in awareness. When you stop signing contracts with every emotion, you reclaim something essential: your attention, your energy, your peace. And from here, the deeper work begins. Because once you see that emotions only stay when invited, you start to question something even more powerful: the stories you tell yourself that keep inviting them back. Once you stop signing every emotion like it's a legal document, a new kind of awareness appears. You start catching the exact moment your mind reaches for a familiar pattern. And one pattern shows up more than most people want to admit. It arrives fast. It feels personal, and it loves to dress itself as self-respect. Offense. A single comment can sit in your chest for hours. A look can ruin your mood. A small joke can feel like a knife. And the strangest part is how quickly the mind says, "I have been attacked," even when nothing physical happened. That instant tightening, that heat, that urge to defend yourself, most people think it's automatic. A reflex, something built into human nature. But offense is not hardwired like blinking. Offense is trained. It is a skill you learned step by step from the world you grew up in. From childhood, you were taught what should be respected. You were taught what is rude. You were taught which words are unacceptable, which tones are insulting, which jokes cross the line. None of this knowledge is born with you. Babies don't get offended. A child can fall, get up, laugh, and keep moving. But over time, the mind starts collecting rules about dignity, status, and identity. And once those rules are inside you, the world becomes full of violations. This is how offense is built. First, you learn a label. That's disrespect. Then you learn a story. Disrespect means I'm being lowered. Then you learn a response. I must defend myself. After enough repetition, the whole chain becomes so fast it feels like a reflex. But it is still a learned sequence. The Stoics would say the pain doesn't come from the words, it comes from your judgment about what the words mean. That judgment is where the mind either stays free or becomes trapped. When someone speaks, two things happen at once. Sound enters your ears and interpretation enters your mind. The sound is outside your control. The interpretation is not. Offense is the moment you treat interpretation as fact. It's easy to believe offense protects you. In a strange way, it can feel powerful. It tells you that you have standards, that you are not weak, that you demand respect. But look closely. Offense often does the opposite. It hands your peace to the mouth of another person. It makes your emotional state dependent on their manners, their mood, their ignorance, or their need to feel superior. You become a puppet with invisible strings, and the mind justifies it by saying, "But they were wrong." Yes, they may have been wrong, but being wrong doesn't automatically get access to your inner world. Offense is not proof that someone did harm. It is proof that your mind accepted their behavior as a verdict about you. The insult becomes heavy only when you treat it as a definition. That's where identity comes in. People don't get offended by everything. They get offended where their identity is fragile. If you strongly identify as intelligent, you'll feel threatened by being called stupid. If you identify as kind, you'll feel shaken by being called selfish. If you identify as respected, you'll feel attacked by being dismissed. Offense is often the mind rushing to protect a self-image, and self-image is expensive. It constantly needs guarding. This is why two people can hear the same insult and react completely differently. One person laughs, another person burns inside. The words were the same. The internal contract was different. One mind treats the words like air, the other treats them like truth. The good news is this: if offense is learned, it can be unlearned. Not by becoming cold, not by letting people walk over you, but by training a new skill, choosing what deserves your agreement. A Stoic doesn't pretend words are pleasant. They simply refuse to let words become masters. Start by slowing the moment of impact. When something offensive happens, notice the first reaction without obeying it. The body will tighten. The mind will race. That's normal. But right after that, a thought usually appears. This means something about me. That thought is the hook. If you don't bite it, the emotion has nothing to pull. Then ask a quiet question. What story am I adding to this? Maybe the story is, they don't respect me. Or, people always treat me like this. Or, I must not be important. That story is what creates the wound. Without it, it's just a moment in time. Another question helps even more. Is this about my values or my ego? If it's about your values, like someone crossing a boundary, you can respond calmly and clearly. But if it's ego, the response is usually explosive, performative, and regretful. The Stoics were not against boundaries. They were against slavery to emotion. You can correct someone without surrendering your peace. You can say no without anger. You can walk away without drama. That is strength. Also notice how offense spreads when you rehearse it. Retelling the story, replaying the tone, building the case in your mind. This is how the skill of offense gets sharper. Many people unknowingly practice being offended every day. They train it like a sport. Then they wonder why it shows up so easily. Train the opposite. Practice letting a comment land and fall. Practice not proving yourself. Practice not correcting every misunderstanding. Some battles only exist because the ego needs them. And here's the quiet truth that changes everything. The moment you stop needing people to understand you, offense loses most of its fuel. Misinterpretation becomes less scary. Criticism becomes less personal. Disrespect becomes information about them, not a command for your nervous system. This doesn't mean you accept mistreatment. It means you choose your response from clarity, not injury. You stop handing strangers the remote control to your mood, and as that skill grows, you begin to notice something even deeper. Offense is not only learned from people, it is also learned from the way you speak to yourself. Because the harshest insults often come from the inside, wearing your own voice. As the noise of offense begins to fade, something subtle becomes visible. A thin space, almost unnoticeable at first. Yet this small space is where everything changes. Because before you feel hurt, before anger rises, before sadness settles in, something always happens first, and most people miss it.
There is a moment, brief, quiet, powerful, the moment between what happens and the story you tell about it.
A sound reaches your ears. A message appears on your phone. A look is exchanged. A door closes. A sentence is spoken. That is the stimulus. Pure, neutral. It has no meaning yet. Then, almost instantly, the mind rushes in to explain it, to label it, to connect it to your past, to predict your future. This explanation feels automatic, but it is not the event. It is the story. That story is where suffering is born. The mind hates empty space. Silence makes it uncomfortable. So it fills the gap fast, faster than you can notice. They ignored me. That was disrespect. This always happens. I knew this would go wrong. And once the story is told, the body reacts as if the story were a fact. Heart rate changes, muscles tighten, emotions surge. Not because of what happened, but because of what the mind decided it meant. This is why the same event can break one person and barely touch another. The stimulus was identical. The story was not. Most people believe the story without question. They don't see it as an interpretation. They experience it as reality. This is where the mind quietly traps itself. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from controlling events, but from mastering this moment between stimulus and story. That pause is the doorway to freedom. The story often borrows its words from the past, old memories, old wounds, old conclusions. If you were once ignored, the mind is quick to reuse that pain. If you were once criticized, the mind stays alert for threat. It doesn't ask if the situation is the same. It assumes. The story becomes a shortcut, and shortcuts save effort, but they cost clarity. Another reason stories feel convincing is repetition. The mind has told them many times before. I'm not enough. People can't be trusted. Nothing works out for me. These stories feel familiar, comfortable, even when they hurt. Familiar pain feels safer than unknown calm. So the mind keeps telling the same story because it knows how to survive inside it. but survival is not peace. When you begin to notice this gap, something strange happens. You realize that the story is optional. Not easy to drop, but optional. You don't have to erase it. You don't have to fight it. You just don't have to believe it immediately. The practice begins with slowing down, not stopping emotions, just delaying conclusions. When something triggers you, instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" ask, "What am I telling myself right now?" This shifts your attention from the outer world to the inner process. The emotion is still there, but you are no longer fused with it. At first, the pause will feel uncomfortable. The mind wants answers. It wants certainty. It wants to assign blame or meaning. Sitting in "I don't know yet" feels unsafe. But this uncertainty is where wisdom grows. It is where you stop reacting and start seeing. In this space, many stories collapse on their own. You notice exaggeration. You notice assumptions. You notice how quickly the mind turns a moment into a judgment about your entire life. And sometimes you realize the story says more about your fears than about reality. This doesn't mean you deny facts. If someone speaks harshly, that happened. If a door closed, it closed. But facts are small. Stories make them heavy. The Stoics taught that you cannot always choose what appears in your life, but you can choose whether you add a narrative that multiplies the pain. Another powerful shift happens when you realize that stories want continuity. They want to extend the moment. One sentence becomes an hour of mental replay. One look becomes a day of emotional tension. The story keeps the stimulus alive long after it has passed. Letting the moment end is an act of mercy toward yourself. You don't need to solve everything immediately. You don't need to understand every action. Some moments are meant to pass without explanation. When you allow that, the mind slowly learns that it doesn't need to fill every silence. With practice, the gap grows wider. You notice the stimulus. You notice the urge to explain. And instead of rushing, you wait. Sometimes just a breath, sometimes a few seconds, sometimes longer. In that waiting, you stay present. You feel the body. You feel the emotion without naming it. And without the story, the emotion has nothing to feed on. This is not passive. It is active restraint. It is strength without tension. You are not suppressing anything. You are simply not escalating it. Over time, this changes how life feels. Situations that once felt overwhelming start to feel manageable. Words lose their sharpness. Reactions soften. You become less predictable, even to yourself. Not because you don't care, but because you are no longer controlled by the first story that appears. And something else becomes clear. If the story is optional, then many of the struggles you thought were unavoidable were never as solid as they felt. They were habits of interpretation, learned patterns, old agreements. As you continue forward, this understanding opens the door to an even deeper realization. If stories create pain, then letting go is not about changing events at all. It is about learning when to stop narrating your own suffering. As the mind learns to pause between what happens and the story it wants to tell, another pattern reveals itself. You begin to notice that some moments don't end when the event ends. They follow you. They sit with you while you eat. They speak while you try to rest. They return uninvited in the quiet hours. And slowly, you realize something unsettling. The situation is gone, but the people involved are still inside your head. This is mental trespassing. It happens when someone's words echo long after they were spoken, when a look, a message, or a memory keeps replaying without permission. When your inner space, which should be a place of rest, becomes a meeting room for people who are no longer present. And the most painful part is that most of the time they are not even aware they are there. Only you are paying the rent. The mind has a strange habit of keeping doors open that should have closed. It tells itself it is processing, preparing, or protecting, but often it is simply rehearsing, replaying old conversations, imagining new ones, winning arguments that never happen, explaining yourself to people who are not listening. This feels productive, but it quietly drains you. The Stoics believed your inner world is the one place that should remain untouched unless you invite something in. When you allow someone else's behavior to occupy your thoughts without end, you give them authority they never asked for and do not deserve. You become emotionally responsive to someone who is not even in the room. Mental trespassing usually begins with unfinished emotion. Something was said that felt unfair. Something was done that felt wrong. The mind wants closure. It wants balance. It wants to restore dignity. So it keeps the person present in thought, hoping that repetition will create resolution. But repetition rarely resolves. It reinforces. The mind also confuses familiarity with importance. Just because a thought returns often does not mean it is meaningful. It just means it has been practiced. Each replay strengthens the mental pathway. Over time, the person becomes a fixture in your inner space, not because they matter, but because the habit is strong. Another reason mental trespassing feels hard to stop is identity. When someone challenges how you see yourself, the mind rushes to defend that image. You replay the moment to prove something, to justify yourself, to reclaim control. But control does not come from replay, it comes from release. The Stoics were clear about this. You cannot stop people from acting as they do, but you can stop carrying them with you. When you let someone live in your head, you give them influence over your mood, your energy, and your attention. You are no longer responding to life as it is now. You are responding to a memory. And memories have no limits unless you set them. One quiet shift changes everything. You stop asking, "Why did they do that?" and start asking, "Why am I still holding this?" This question brings the focus back where it belongs, not on their behavior, but on your boundary. Because mental peace is not about changing others. It is about deciding who gets access to your inner space. Letting go does not mean approving what happened. It means ending the internal relationship. You can remember without hosting. You can learn without reliving. You can set a boundary inside even if you never speak it out loud. A powerful practice is noticing when the mind starts a replay and gently interrupting it. Not with force, not with judgment, just with awareness. You might say to yourself, "This is not happening now." Then return to what is in front of you, the breath, the body, the room. Each return is an act of reclaiming territory. Another shift happens when you realize that many of the conversations you replay would not go the way you imagine anyway. The mind creates a version of the other person that fits your argument. But real people are unpredictable. The mental version is a placeholder. Arguing with it solves nothing. The more you practice closing these mental doors, the quieter your inner world becomes. Not empty, clear. Thoughts still appear, but they don't linger as long. You stop waking up tired from conversations that never happened. You stop giving energy to people who are not giving you peace. This clarity also brings a new respect for your attention. You begin to treat it as something valuable, not something to be stolen by every thought. You choose what stays. You choose what leaves. And with that choice, a sense of inner authority returns. As this authority grows, you begin to see another layer beneath mental trespassing. It is not just about people. It is also about events, regrets, and imagined futures that keep visiting without permission. And this leads to the next understanding. If your mind is your home, then learning to protect it is not selfish. It is necessary. As you begin to close the doors to mental trespassing, something unexpected may surface. A quiet resistance, almost like the mind doesn't fully want to let go. Not because the pain feels good, but because it feels familiar. And beneath that familiarity, there is a pattern most people never question. A subtle pull toward revisiting hurt. A strange attachment to grievance. This is where the next layer reveals itself. There is a comfort hidden inside feeling wronged. At first, this sounds impossible. Why would anyone cling to pain? But the mind does not always seek peace. Often, it seeks certainty. And being wronged provides a clear structure. There is a villain. There is a victim. There is a story that explains why you feel the way you do. It organizes chaos. It gives suffering a shape. When you believe you have been wronged, your pain feels justified, legitimate, protected. You no longer have to question it. The mind can say, "Of course I feel this way. Look what they did." This removes responsibility from the present moment and places it in the past. And while that sounds relieving, it quietly freezes you there. The addiction does not come from the event. It comes from the identity that forms around it. Being wronged can become a role, a lens through which everything is viewed. New situations get filtered through old injury. Neutral actions are interpreted as threats. Small disappointments feel like confirmations. The mind stays alert, scanning for proof that the story is still true. And every piece of evidence strengthens the attachment. This is not weakness. It is conditioning. The brain is wired to remember threats. It believes that replaying harm keeps you safe. But what it actually does is keep the nervous system activated long after danger has passed. Over time, this state becomes familiar. Familiar tension starts to feel normal. Calm starts to feel strange, even suspicious. There is also a sense of moral elevation in being wronged. It creates a quiet sense of superiority. I was fair. I was kind. I didn't deserve this. That thought can feel stabilizing. It preserves self-image, but it also locks you into comparison. Someone must stay wrong for you to stay right, and that means the story cannot end. The Stoics warned against this trap, not because injustice doesn't exist, but because living from grievance hands your power away. When you hold tightly to being wronged, your emotional state remains dependent on something that cannot be changed. The past becomes your authority, and the past never gives back what it takes. Another reason this addiction persists is attention. Pain demands focus. It feels urgent. It feels meaningful. In a strange way, it can make life feel full, even if that fullness is heavy. Letting go can feel like losing something important. Who are you without the story? What explains your reactions? What gives your emotions context? The mind fears that without the grievance, the pain will be meaningless. But pain does not need justification to be released. It needs permission to end. The shift begins when you notice how often the mind returns to the same complaint, the same explanation, the same conclusion, not to heal, but to confirm. This repetition is not resolution. It is reinforcement. Each time you revisit the wrong, you strengthen its emotional charge. You teach the mind that this is where attention belongs. Breaking this addiction does not mean denying what happened. It means recognizing when remembering turns into reliving, when reflection turns into rehearsal. The moment you see that difference, you regain choice. Ask a quiet question: what am I gaining by holding this? Sometimes the honest answer is clarity. Sometimes it is identity. Sometimes it is avoidance. Because as long as you are focused on being wronged, you don't have to face uncertainty. You don't have to rebuild. You don't have to step into something new. Letting go can feel like stepping into open space without a map. That is why the mind resists it. Another powerful realization comes when you notice that being wronged keeps you emotionally tied to the person or event. Anger, resentment, and bitterness are forms of connection. Pain is still a relationship, and as long as that relationship exists internally, you are not free. Freedom begins when you decide that understanding what happened is no longer more important than how you live now. When peace becomes a higher priority than being right. When you stop asking life to compensate you for past harm and start choosing how much energy the past gets today. This does not erase accountability. It reclaims your future. As you loosen your grip on grievance, emotions may surface. Sadness, fear, emptiness. These are often what the addiction was covering. Stay with them. They pass when not fed by story. And on the other side, something lighter appears. Space, energy, a sense of movement. You begin to realize that you don't need to be wronged to be valid. You don't need injustice to explain your worth. You don't need to carry pain to prove that something mattered. And this opens the door to a deeper kind of letting go. Because once you stop feeding the identity of the wounded self, you start to see how much of your suffering was sustained not by what happened, but by how tightly you held on to the meaning you gave it. As the grip on old grievances begins to loosen, another force steps forward, quieter, more subtle, less emotional at first glance. It does not shout or accuse, it simply reminds, again and again. And this is where many people get trapped without realizing it. Because even when the story fades and the offense loses its edge, memory can still keep the wound open. Memory was meant to protect you, to teach, to guide, to help you avoid danger. But when it is left unchecked, it turns inward. What once helped you survive begins to harm you. And slowly, memory becomes a weapon you use against yourself. It usually starts innocently. A thought appears about something that already happened, a mistake, a loss, a moment you wish you had handled differently. The mind says it is reviewing, learning, being responsible. But then the same scene returns tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. Nothing new is learned. No insight is gained. Only the emotional charge remains. The Stoics understood that memory is not the past itself. It is a present experience. Every time you recall something, you recreate it inside your nervous system. The body reacts as if the event is happening now. Muscles tense, breath shortens, emotions rise. The mind does not know the difference between real danger and remembered danger when the image is vivid enough. This is how memory becomes self-harm. Not because remembering is wrong, but because reliving is exhausting. The mind often confuses repetition with resolution. It believes that if it revisits the moment enough times, it will finally fix it. Say the right words. Make the better choice. Change the outcome. But the past is not a puzzle that unlocks with effort. No amount of replay alters what already ended. All replay does is strengthen the emotional pathway tied to it. There is also a quiet punishment hidden in memory. The mind uses it to reinforce guilt and shame. You should have known better. You ruined that. This is your fault. These thoughts feel serious, responsible, even moral, but they do not improve character. They only harden self-judgment. Over time, you stop remembering events. You remember accusations. This internal criticism feels familiar because it often mirrors voices from the past. Authority figures, culture, expectations. Memory collects these voices and turns them into an internal narrator. And once that narrator takes over, you don't need external judgment anymore. You carry it with you. Another way memory turns against you is by freezing identity. You remember who you were at your worst and treat that version as permanent. You forget growth. You forget context. You forget how limited you were at the time. Memory flattens the complexity of life into a single frame and says, "This is who you are." The Stoics warned against this because it traps the mind in time. When identity is built on memory, change feels impossible. You keep reacting to life as if you are still the person who made that mistake, suffered that loss, or failed that test. The present never gets a fair chance. Memory also exaggerates. It highlights pain and blurs neutrality. The mind remembers emotional peaks more vividly than ordinary moments. This creates a distorted view of your life, where suffering feels dominant, even if it was only part of the story. Over time, you start believing your life has been mostly hardship, mostly failure, mostly loss. Not because it is true, but because memory selects what it repeats. This distortion affects how you approach the future. If the past is remembered as heavy, the future feels threatening. Hope feels naive, trust feels risky, and the mind justifies caution by pointing backward. Look what happened last time. Memory becomes evidence against possibility. Letting go here does not mean erasing memory. It means changing your relationship with it. The first step is noticing when memory turns from information into attack. Ask yourself, is this memory helping me act wisely now, or is it only making me feel worse? If it offers no guidance, no lesson, no clarity, only pain, it is no longer serving you. Another shift comes when you stop asking memory to define you. You are not the sum of your worst moments. You are not frozen at the point of your deepest regret. You are the one who lived through it and continued. That matters more than the event itself. The Stoics practiced returning to the present deliberately. They understood that the mind wanders backward and forward when it feels unsafe. So they trained attention to the breath, to the body, to what is real now. This is not avoidance. It is grounding. You cannot heal a memory while abandoning the present. When a painful memory arises, try letting it be incomplete. Don't finish the scene. Don't add commentary. Don't explain it. Just notice it and return to what you are doing. This weakens the habit of replay. Over time, the memory loses emotional sharpness, not because you forced it away, but because you stopped feeding it attention. There is also compassion in letting go of memory's grip. You acted with the understanding you had at the time, with the tools you had, with the emotional capacity you had then. Judging that version of yourself with today's awareness is unfair. Growth makes the past look worse than it was. That is not failure. That is progress. As memory softens, something important happens. Mental space opens. Energy returns. You stop bleeding from wounds that already closed. And in that space, a new question emerges. If memory can harm when misused, what else have you been holding on to that quietly drains you? That question leads deeper, because beyond memory lies expectation. And expectation, too, has a way of turning the mind against itself when left unchecked. As memory loosens its grip and stops reopening old wounds, the mind begins to notice something else that has been misunderstood for a long time. The pain itself. Not the story, not the past, but the raw feeling that shows up in the body and mind and demands attention. This is where many people get confused, because emotional pain feels urgent, serious, and dangerous. But what if it isn't what it claims to be? Emotional pain is not proof that something is wrong with you. It is often a survival signal that has lost its timing. The human mind evolved to protect the body. Long before modern life, danger was immediate and physical. A threat appeared, the body reacted, and action followed. Fear meant run. Anger meant fight. Sadness meant withdraw and conserve energy. These signals were fast and effective when danger was real and present. But the world changed faster than the nervous system could update. Today, many threats are not physical. They are social, psychological, imagined, remembered, predicted. Yet the body reacts as if survival is at stake. A harsh comment triggers the same stress response as a physical threat. A memory creates the same fear as an actual danger. The system fires, but nothing needs saving. This is what makes emotional pain feel so overwhelming. The signal is loud, but the situation does not require the level of response being generated. The Stoics understood this without modern science. They noticed that emotions often arise before reason has time to speak. The body reacts first. The mind explains later. The mistake most people make is assuming that intensity equals truth. That because something feels strong, it must be important or accurate. But intensity often means the signal is outdated. Think about anxiety. Anxiety feels like a warning. It says something bad is about to happen. It urges you to prepare, worry, and control. But most anxiety is not responding to a real threat. It is responding to uncertainty. The survival system treats uncertainty as danger because it cannot predict it. So it fires alarms to get your attention. Those alarms feel uncomfortable on purpose. Discomfort is how the body forces action. But when the action needed is not physical, the energy has nowhere to go. It turns inward. Thoughts race. Muscles stay tense. Sleep breaks. And the mind starts searching for reasons to justify the feeling. This is how emotional pain grows without a cause. Another example is shame. Shame evolved to keep people connected to the group. In early societies, being rejected meant death. So the body learned to signal strongly when social bonds felt threatened. Today, a small mistake can trigger intense shame, even when there is no real risk of abandonment. The signal fires too hard for the situation. The pain feels real because it is real in the body. But real sensation does not mean real danger. The key shift is understanding that emotional pain is information, not instruction. It tells you something is being perceived as a threat. It does not tell you that the threat is accurate, current, or even external. When you obey the signal without checking it, you stay trapped in reaction. Most people try to eliminate emotional pain. They distract themselves, numb it, fight it, judge it. But this often backfires. The survival system interprets resistance as confirmation that danger exists. The signal gets louder. The Stoic approach is different. It starts with observation. When pain arises, instead of asking, "How do I stop this?" ask, "What is this signal trying to protect?" This question shifts you from fear to curiosity. Curiosity calms the nervous system. It tells the body that you are not under immediate threat. Often you will see that the signal is protecting an identity, an expectation, or a memory. Not your life, not your safety, something internal. Once that is seen, the intensity drops. Another important realization is that emotional pain does not require action to pass. Physical pain often does. Emotional pain often does not. It rises, peaks, and falls when not fueled by story. The body knows how to return to balance if you don't interrupt it with panic. This is why staying present is so powerful. When you bring attention to the breath, the body, or the environment, you anchor yourself in now. The survival system begins to stand down. It recognizes that there is no immediate threat. The signal fades because its job is done. This does not mean ignoring real problems. It means separating signal from solution. You can address issues calmly once the body is no longer in alarm mode. Clarity comes after regulation, not before. Another layer appears when you notice how often emotional pain is triggered by thought alone. A sentence in your head, an image, a prediction. The body reacts as if something happened, even though nothing did. This shows how powerful interpretation is. The pain is not coming from the world. It is coming from inside the mind. This realization can feel unsettling at first, but it is also freeing. If the pain is a misfired signal, then you are not broken. You are responding exactly as a survival system would. You simply don't need to obey it every time. With practice, you learn to sit with the sensation without adding meaning. You let the body feel what it feels without turning it into a story about your life. This teaches the nervous system something new. That discomfort does not equal danger, that feelings can move without control. Over time, emotional pain becomes less threatening. Not because life is perfect, but because you understand what is happening. You stop being afraid of the signal, and when fear of the signal ends, the signal itself loses power. This understanding prepares the ground for the next shift. Because once you stop treating emotional pain as an enemy, you begin to see how often the mind creates pain by trying to avoid it. And that leads directly to the illusion of emotional causality. As emotional pain begins to lose its authority, another belief quietly falls apart. A belief so common, it is rarely questioned. A belief most people build their entire emotional life around. The idea that other people and events cause how you feel. This belief feels obvious. Someone insults you, you feel hurt. Something goes wrong, you feel frustrated. Someone leaves, you feel abandoned. It seems logical, clean, cause and effect. But this is one of the deepest illusions the mind holds on to, and it keeps people stuck without them knowing why. Nothing outside of you directly creates an emotion inside you. This does not mean emotions are fake. It means the path is different than you were taught. Between what happens and how you feel, there is always an internal step, a thought, an interpretation, a meaning. That step is so fast it disappears from awareness, and because it's unseen, the mind assumes the emotion came straight from the event. This is emotional causality, the belief that the world reaches into you and decides how you feel. Once you believe this, you lose leverage. If people cause your emotions, then peace depends on their behavior. If circumstances create your feelings, then calm depends on things going your way. You become emotionally reactive by design. Life pulls the strings. You move. The Stoics rejected this completely, not because they denied emotion, but because they saw where emotion actually forms. They noticed that two people could experience the same event and feel entirely different things. If the event were the cause, the reaction would be the same. But it never is. One person hears criticism and grows curious. Another hears the same words and collapses. One person faces loss and finds meaning. Another feels destroyed. The difference is not the situation. It is the meaning added to it. Emotions follow meaning, not events. This illusion survives because it feels comforting in a strange way. If someone else caused your pain, then you are not responsible for it. Responsibility feels heavy, but the cost of avoiding responsibility is freedom. When you give up responsibility for your inner world, you also give up the ability to change it. Another reason the illusion persists is language. People say things like, "You made me angry," or "That ruined my day." These phrases sound harmless, but they train the mind to outsource emotional control. Over time, this way of speaking becomes a way of thinking, and that way of thinking becomes a way of living. The mind begins to react before awareness can catch up. A trigger appears, the emotion fires, and the story arrives afterward to justify it. "Of course I feel this way. Look what happened." The justification hides the real cause, the thought that interpreted the event as threatening, unfair, or meaningful. This illusion is strongest when emotions are intense. Strong feelings feel convincing. The body reacts, the heart races, the chest tightens. It feels undeniable. But intensity is not accuracy. It only means the nervous system has been activated. Not that the conclusion is correct. Once you see this, something shifts. You start noticing the moment the mind assigns meaning, the sentence that flashes through your awareness. "This shouldn't be happening. They don't respect me. This means I'm failing." That sentence is the true trigger. Without that sentence, the emotion cannot form the same way. This does not mean you control thoughts easily. It means you learn to question them. When you feel something strongly, instead of asking, "Who caused this?" ask, "What am I telling myself right now?" This question breaks the illusion. It moves you from reaction to observation. At first, this can feel unsettling. It removes the familiar explanation. It means you can no longer blame the outside world for your inner storms, but it also means you are not helpless inside them. You gain options. Another important realization follows. If emotions are caused internally, then they can change internally. Not by force, not by pretending, but by changing interpretation, by loosening beliefs, by allowing uncertainty. This is where letting go becomes practical. You stop trying to control people to feel better. You stop needing events to go a certain way. You stop rehearsing conversations hoping for emotional relief. Relief doesn't come from winning the outer argument. It comes from releasing the inner assumption. You also begin to see how often emotional causality keeps conflict alive. If you believe someone caused your emotion, you expect them to fix it. Apologize. Change. Understand. Until that happens, the emotion stays. This keeps you emotionally dependent on outcomes you do not control. When you drop this belief, you take your emotions back. You may still want resolution. You may still set boundaries, but your peace no longer waits for permission. This does not make you cold, it makes you grounded. You still feel emotions, but they pass more cleanly. They don't stick to people as easily. You stop carrying emotional debt from interaction to interaction. The illusion also shows up in how people relate to happiness. Many believe happiness will be caused by success, love, money, or approval. When those things arrive, happiness appears briefly, then fades. The mind looks for the next cause. This cycle never ends because happiness is not caused externally either. It is allowed internally when resistance drops. Seeing through emotional causality doesn't mean life becomes effortless. It means suffering stops multiplying itself. One event stays one event. It doesn't turn into a chain reaction that consumes days, weeks, or years. As this understanding settles, you begin to feel a new kind of steadiness. The world still moves. People still act unpredictably. Loss still happens. But your inner world becomes less reactive, less invaded, less controlled by what appears. And this leads naturally to the next layer of freedom, because once you stop believing the world causes your emotions, you begin to notice how often you cause them yourself by clinging, resisting, and needing things to be different. That is where the deeper work of letting go truly begins. As the illusion of emotional causality fades, the mind becomes quieter, but also more honest. You begin to feel sensations that were always there, but often misunderstood. Tightness, restlessness, unease, a low hum of discomfort. And here is where many people make a costly mistake. They assume that because something feels uncomfortable, it must be harmful. This confusion silently shapes countless decisions. Discomfort is not damage, but the mind often treats them as the same. Discomfort is a signal of change, effort, or uncertainty. Damage is a signal of real harm. When these two are mixed up, the nervous system stays on high alert. Every challenge feels dangerous. Every unfamiliar feeling becomes something to escape. And slowly, life shrinks. The Stoics understood that growth often arrives wearing the mask of discomfort. Learning something new feels awkward. Speaking honestly feels tense. Letting go feels empty at first. Sitting with emotions feels unsettling. None of these sensations mean you are being harmed. They mean you are not numbing yourself anymore. But the modern mind has been trained to avoid discomfort at all costs, to soothe immediately, to distract instantly, to interpret unease as a sign that something is wrong. This training teaches the nervous system to panic at normal human sensations. When discomfort is treated as damage, avoidance becomes the default response. You avoid difficult conversations because they feel uncomfortable. You avoid silence because it feels strange. You avoid rest because it feels unproductive. You avoid letting go because it feels unfamiliar. Over time, this avoidance reinforces fear. The mind learns that discomfort is dangerous because it never stays long enough to see it pass. This is how anxiety grows without needing a cause. Another cost appears in emotional resilience. When you believe discomfort equals harm, you lose the ability to stay present during difficulty. Any emotional wave feels like a threat. The body tightens, the mind searches for escape. But emotions, like weather, are meant to move. They do not need intervention to pass. They need space. Discomfort often signals that an old pattern is dissolving. The mind does not like losing familiar structures, even painful ones. When a belief loosens, there is a brief sense of groundlessness. The mind calls this danger, but it is actually transition. This is why letting go feels unsettling at first, not because something is wrong, but because something is ending. The Stoics practiced staying with discomfort without turning it into a story. They understood that pain multiplied when labeled as intolerable. When you say, "I can't handle this," the nervous system hears a threat. When you say, "This is uncomfortable but not harmful," the system stays regulated. Language matters because it shapes perception. Another hidden cost of confusing discomfort with damage is missed opportunity. Many meaningful experiences require sitting through initial unease. Building a new habit, changing identity, allowing silence, being alone with your thoughts. These moments feel uncomfortable because they strip away distractions, but they are often where clarity appears. If you flee too quickly, you never reach that clarity. Discomfort also appears when truth surfaces. When you see something about yourself clearly. When you recognize a pattern that no longer serves you. When you admit you've been holding on out of fear. Truth often stings before it frees. If you treat that sting as damage, you turn away from insight. This confusion also affects how people relate to boundaries. Saying no feels uncomfortable. Disappointing others feels uncomfortable. Holding your ground feels uncomfortable. So the mind avoids it and calls it kindness. But avoiding discomfort to maintain peace often creates deeper harm inside. Resentment builds. Exhaustion grows. The cost is internal. Learning to distinguish discomfort from damage restores balance. You begin to ask better questions. Not, "How do I make this feeling stop?" but, "Is this feeling actually hurting me?" Often, the honest answer is no. It is just unfamiliar, just intense, just temporary. The body knows the difference. Damage usually comes with clear signals: sharp pain, injury, exhaustion that worsens. Discomfort often comes and goes. It rises, peaks and fades. It does not escalate unless fed by thought. Watching this cycle teaches the nervous system trust. This trust changes everything. You stop reacting to every internal signal as an emergency. You gain patience. You develop emotional endurance, not by forcing strength, but by allowing experience to move naturally. Another important shift happens when you realize that comfort is not the same as safety. Comfort can hide stagnation. Safety comes from knowing you can handle discomfort without collapsing. This knowledge builds confidence that does not depend on circumstances. As you stop labeling discomfort as danger, your inner world becomes more spacious. You allow silence. You allow uncertainty. You allow feelings to rise without explanation. And in that allowance, peace begins to form. Not a dramatic peace, a steady one. This prepares the mind for the next step. Because once you no longer panic at discomfort, you begin to see how much suffering comes not from what you feel, but from how hard you fight against it. And that fight, more than the feeling itself, is often what causes the deepest damage. As the fear of discomfort softens, something else becomes easier to notice. The noise inside, not the loud kind, but the constant commentary that never seems to rest. Thoughts arguing with themselves, accusations rising and falling, a verdict always waiting to be delivered. And slowly, it becomes clear that much of your suffering is not coming from the world at all. It is coming from a trial that never ends. This trial happens entirely inside you. Every day, often without realizing it, you step into an inner courtroom. Evidence is presented. Motives are questioned. Guilt is assigned. And the strange part is this: you play every role at once. You accuse yourself, you judge yourself, and you suffer the sentence over and over. The prosecutor is the voice that points out what went wrong. It brings up mistakes, flaws, missed chances. It speaks with certainty. You should have known better. You always mess this up. This proves something about you. It sounds serious, even responsible. It claims it is trying to help you improve, but its tone is sharp, relentless. It never rests its case. Then comes the judge. This voice pretends to be fair, objective, wise, but it has already decided. It weighs the evidence in one direction. It turns moments into character flaws. It hands down harsh sentences disguised as truth. This is who you are. You'll never change. You don't deserve better. The gavel falls quickly. There is no appeal. And finally, there is the victim. The part of you that absorbs it all. The one that feels small, heavy, tired. The one that carries the emotional weight of every verdict. This part believes the court is real. It feels the shame, the regret, the exhaustion. It accepts the punishment because it doesn't know there is another way. This courtroom feels convincing because it uses memory as evidence and emotion as proof. A past mistake is presented as a permanent identity. A feeling of guilt is treated as confirmation. The process feels logical, but it is deeply flawed, because the same mind that accuses is the one that decides guilt. There is no neutral authority here. The Stoics warned about this inner division. They saw how the mind turns against itself when it confuses self-awareness with self-attack. Reflection becomes rumination. Responsibility becomes blame. Growth becomes punishment. And none of it leads to wisdom. The inner courtroom survives because it feels productive. It gives the illusion of control. If you judge yourself harshly enough, maybe you won't repeat the mistake. If you punish yourself internally, maybe the pain will balance the past. But pain does not correct behavior. It only creates fear. And fear narrows the mind. Another reason this courtroom stays active is identity. Many people confuse self-criticism with integrity. They believe that being hard on themselves proves they care, that letting go of judgment means becoming careless. But the opposite is true. Growth requires clarity, not cruelty. Notice how the inner courtroom ignores context. It forgets what you were dealing with at the time. Your emotional state, your limitations, your lack of information. It judges past actions using present awareness. This is not fairness. It is hindsight punishment. It also ignores change. Even when you learn, even when you grow, the court replays old cases as if nothing has shifted. It keeps records, not progress. It keeps wounds open under the name of accountability. The Stoic way out is not denial. It is stepping out of the courtroom entirely. Instead of asking, "What's wrong with me?" you ask, "What can be learned here?" Learning does not require blame. It requires honesty and calm. When you remove the prosecutor's tone, insight becomes possible. When you dismiss the judge's finality, change becomes allowed. Another powerful shift is recognizing that guilt is often the body holding on to a sentence long after the lesson was learned. Once a lesson is clear, guilt has no job left. Keeping it alive does not make you better. It only keeps you stuck in the past. You also begin to see that many inner accusations are inherited. Voices from childhood, cultural expectations, old standards that were never questioned. The courtroom is crowded with borrowed opinions pretending to be your own. Seeing this creates distance. Distance creates choice. Compassion plays a key role here. Not indulgence, not excuses, but a willingness to see yourself as a human being learning in real time. Compassion says, "I can acknowledge this without destroying myself." It replaces punishment with responsibility, and responsibility feels lighter than shame. When the courtroom quiets, the mind becomes more unified. Energy that was spent arguing turns into presence. You respond to life instead of prosecuting yourself for it. Decisions become clearer because they are not clouded by fear of internal punishment. This does not mean the inner voices disappear overnight, but you stop treating them as authorities. You hear them without obeying. You let thoughts pass without turning them into verdicts. And something unexpected happens. When you stop attacking yourself internally, the world feels less threatening. You are no longer at war on the inside, so you don't need to defend as much on the outside. This realization leads naturally to the next layer of letting go, because once the inner courtroom dissolves, you begin to question the harsh standards you've been using to measure everything, and you start to see how many of those standards were never yours to begin with. As the inner courtroom grows quieter, something else becomes impossible to ignore. The suffering didn't disappear because life suddenly became easier. It softened because the constant judgment stopped. And that leads to an uncomfortable but freeing realization. Much of what hurts you was never the situation itself. It was the opinion you wrapped around it. Opinions feel harmless, reasonable, even necessary. They sound like facts in the mind. This shouldn't be happening. This is unfair. I can't handle this. This ruins everything. These sentences feel like observations, but they are not. They are interpretations, and interpretations carry weight. Circumstances are often neutral until the mind speaks over them. Two people can lose the same job. One feels defeated, the other feels relieved. Two people face the same delay. One feels furious, the other feels calm. The difference is not the event, it is the opinion assigned to it. One mind says, "This is a disaster." The other says, "This is inconvenient." Same circumstance, different suffering. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not deny hardship. They denied the idea that hardship automatically creates misery. They saw that opinions act like lenses. Whatever passes through them gets colored. When the lens is rigid, life feels heavy. When the lens is flexible, life feels manageable. Opinions hurt because they resist reality. When something happens, reality has already moved. The mind's opinion often says, "This should not be." That resistance creates tension. The body tightens. The breath shortens. Emotions spike, not because of the event, but because the mind is arguing with what already exists. This argument is unwinnable, and the cost is internal. Another way opinions cause pain is by exaggeration. The mind rarely stays with what actually happened. It jumps ahead. This will ruin everything. I'll never recover. This always happens to me. These opinions stretch a moment into a future. The body reacts as if that future is real. Anxiety grows even though nothing new has happened. Opinions also personalize neutral events. A silence becomes rejection. A delay becomes disrespect. A mistake becomes proof of inadequacy. The mind turns circumstances into statements about your worth, and once worth is involved, pain deepens. The Stoics taught that events do not insult you, only opinions do. Rain does not offend you. Traffic does not target you. Even people's actions are often about their own state, not your value. But the mind adds meaning automatically. It assumes intent. It assumes judgment. It assumes harm. This assumption feels protective, but it is costly. Opinions also create comparison. You compare your life to how it should be, to others, to past versions of yourself, to imagined outcomes. This comparison breeds dissatisfaction. not because your life is objectively bad, but because it doesn't match the opinion you're holding on to. When opinions harden, flexibility disappears. The mind becomes brittle. Any deviation from expectation feels like a threat. This brittleness is exhausting. You are constantly bracing for disappointment because your standards are fixed and reality is not. Letting go here does not mean having no opinions. It means loosening your grip on them, holding them lightly, questioning them, asking, is this an opinion or a fact? Often, what feels unbearable is not the situation, but the conclusion attached to it. A powerful practice is removing unnecessary adjectives. Instead of, this is terrible, say, this is happening. Instead of, I can't stand this, say, this is uncomfortable. This small shift reduces emotional charge. It brings you closer to what is real, not what is imagined. Another shift comes from noticing how opinions predict permanence. This will always be this way. Reality rarely works that way. Most situations change, emotions move, circumstances evolve, opinions freeze time. They trap you in a moment and convince you it will never end. When you see this, patience becomes possible. You stop demanding that life feel good immediately. You allow things to unfold. This allowance reduces suffering because you are no longer fighting time. Opinions also affect how you remember the past. You remember events through the opinions you held then, not through clarity. This reinforces old beliefs. You think life has always been hard, always unfair, always disappointing. But this is memory filtered through opinion, not truth. The Stoics practiced distinguishing between what happens and what they say about it. They trained themselves to notice the commentary and question it, not to suppress it, but to see it clearly. This practice creates space. In that space, calm appears naturally. As opinions loosen, circumstances feel lighter. Not because they improve, but because they stop carrying extra meaning. You respond instead of react. You adapt instead of resist. You conserve energy instead of burning it on inner arguments. This does not make you passive, it makes you effective. Clear action comes from a clear mind, not from emotional overload. And something else begins to shift. When your opinions soften, you stop taking everything personally. The world feels less hostile. People feel less threatening. You feel less targeted by life. You realize that much of what felt like harm was simply interpretation. This understanding opens the door to a deeper level of letting go. Because once you see that opinions create pain, you start to question the expectations behind them. And expectations, when unexamined, quietly shape suffering in ways most people never notice. As opinions loosen their grip, a quiet fear often appears. If you stop clinging to interpretations, if you stop reacting so strongly, will you stop caring? Will you become distant, cold, disconnected from life? This fear keeps many people trapped. They think the only alternative to emotional chaos is emotional numbness. But the Stoics never taught detachment from life. They taught something far more subtle. They taught non-attachment. Non-attachment is not shutting down. It is staying present without being pulled under. It is feeling fully without drowning. It is caring without clinging. And this difference changes everything. Most people attach to emotions the moment they appear. If joy comes, they grab it and fear its loss. If pain comes, they resist it and fear its presence. Attachment turns emotions into conditions. I need this to stay. This must go away. And the moment conditions appear, peace disappears. because life never agrees to stay within them. Detachment tries to solve this by cutting off feeling, by building walls, by numbing. But numbing also blocks joy, connection, and meaning. It protects you from pain by shrinking your life. Non-attachment does the opposite. It expands your life by changing how you relate to feeling. The Stoics understood that emotions are movements, not possessions. They arise, shift, and pass when not interfered with. Non-attachment means allowing that movement without trying to freeze it or fight it. You don't cling to happiness. You don't panic at sadness. You let each emotion do its job and leave. This takes skill, not indifference. Emotional non-attachment begins with presence. When an emotion arises, you stay with the sensation instead of the story. You feel the warmth of joy without demanding it last. You feel the heaviness of grief without telling yourself it will never end. The body experiences the emotion, but the mind does not wrap its identity around it. This is where most suffering is avoided, not by removing emotion, but by removing ownership. The mind often says, "This is my anger. This is my fear. This is who I am right now." Non-attachment gently removes the word "my." The emotion becomes something happening, not something defining. This shift creates space. In that space, emotions move more freely. Joy feels lighter. Pain feels less suffocating. You notice that emotions peak and fall naturally when you don't interfere. Resistance prolongs them. Clinging distorts them. Allowing them lets them complete their cycle. Non-attachment also changes how you respond to others. When you are attached to emotional reactions, other people control your inner state. Their approval lifts you. Their criticism crushes you. Their moods infect you. With non-attachment, you still listen, you still care, but you don't absorb everything as truth. Someone can be upset without you becoming upset. Someone can be disappointed without you collapsing into guilt. Someone can misunderstand you without you needing to fix it immediately. This is not emotional distance. It is emotional stability. Another misunderstanding is that non-attachment means you don't invest in outcomes. In reality, it means you invest wisely. You act with care, but you don't demand specific results for your peace. You do your part and release the rest. This protects your energy. It prevents burnout. It allows effort without desperation. The Stoics practiced this by focusing on what was within their control and releasing what was not. Emotions often try to control the uncontrollable. They want certainty, reassurance, permanence. Non-attachment accepts uncertainty without panic. It allows life to unfold without gripping it tightly. This does not happen overnight. At first, the mind still grabs. It still reacts. But now, you notice it. You feel the urge to cling or resist, and you pause. That pause is the skill being built. Each time you choose not to follow the urge, the habit weakens. Non-attachment also deepens compassion. When you are not overwhelmed by your own emotions, you can be present for others without losing yourself. You listen without absorbing. You support without fixing. You care without controlling. This creates healthier relationships, not colder ones. Another benefit appears internally. You stop fearing emotions. When sadness comes, you don't panic. When anxiety rises, you don't assume danger. You trust that you can feel without being destroyed. This trust calms the nervous system. Emotional waves become less dramatic because they are no longer treated as emergencies. This is why non-attachment feels steady. Not flat, not empty, steady. You still laugh. You still grieve. You still love deeply, but you don't collapse into these experiences or build your identity around them. You remain rooted while life moves around you. Over time, you notice that emotions lose their power to hijack your behavior. You respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. You make decisions from clarity instead of urgency. You say no without guilt. You say yes without attachment. And something profound happens. Peace stops depending on how you feel. It comes from how you relate to feeling. This peace is not fragile. It survives disappointment. It survives change. It survives uncertainty. As this skill develops, you begin to see how much energy was wasted trying to control emotions instead of understanding them. And with that energy reclaimed, another layer of insight emerges. You begin to notice how identity itself becomes attached to emotion. And once that becomes clear, the work of letting go reaches even deeper. As emotional non-attachment begins to settle, something else comes into focus. A pattern so familiar that it once felt invisible. Certain words still sting more than others. Certain comments still land deeper. Not because they are louder or harsher, but because they touch something personal. Something you call me. This is where identity quietly steps in. An insult only becomes an injury when it finds something to attach to. Words by themselves are just sounds, marks in the air. They pass through space and disappear. But when a word connects to how you see yourself, it gains weight. If someone questions your intelligence and you strongly identify as being smart, the words hit hard. If someone doubts your kindness and you see yourself as caring, it hurts deeply. The pain is not in the insult. It is in the identity it threatens. Identity is the story you repeat about who you are. It forms slowly, through labels, praise, criticism, roles you were given, roles you accepted. Over time, these ideas harden. I am strong. I am responsible. I am successful. I am the good one. These identities feel stable, but they are fragile. They need constant protection, and insults feel dangerous because they shake the structure holding them up. The mind reacts fast when identity feels attacked. The body tightens, the heart speeds up. Thoughts rush to defend, prove, explain, correct. The reaction feels automatic, but it is learned. The ego believes it must protect the image to survive. The Stoics saw identity as one of the biggest sources of suffering, not because identity is bad, but because clinging to it creates vulnerability. The more tightly you hold an image of yourself, the more power others have to disturb you. When identity is rigid, feedback feels like judgment. Disagreement feels like rejection. Difference feels like threat. The mind does not ask, "Is this true?" It asks, "Does this hurt who I think I am?" This is why insults linger. They don't just pass through, they get stored, replayed, analyzed. You don't remember the insult alone. You remember what it meant about you. And meaning is where pain grows. Another layer appears when identity is built on approval. If your sense of self depends on being liked, respected, admired, or needed, insults feel like loss. Not of comfort, but of value. The mind panics because value feels external, and anything external feels unstable. This is why strangers can hurt you more than expected. Their words shouldn't matter, yet they do. Because the identity does not care who speaks, it only hears challenge. The Stoics practiced loosening identity without erasing it. They didn't say you are nothing. They said, You are more than any label. When you stop defining yourself by traits that need defending, insults lose their target. Consider this shift. Instead of "I am intelligent," think "I try to learn." Instead of "I am kind," think "I aim to act with care." These are directions, not identities. Directions can't be attacked. They can only be continued. Another powerful realization is that insults often reveal more about the speaker than the target. A person speaking from anger, insecurity, or fear is expressing their inner state, not delivering a verdict on your worth. When identity is loose, you can see this clearly. When identity is tight, you miss it completely. Letting go here does not mean accepting mistreatment. You can still set boundaries. You can still say, "That's not acceptable." But you do it from stability, not injury. The difference is felt immediately. One response escalates, the other ends the exchange. Identity also turns self-talk into insult. Many of the harshest injuries come from inside. "I'm a failure. I'm weak. I should be better than this." These thoughts hurt because you believe they describe who you are. When identity softens, these thoughts lose authority. They become weather, not truth. This is where compassion enters naturally. Not forced kindness, but understanding. You see that you are not a finished product. You are a process. Processes can't be insulted. They can only change. When identity loosens, curiosity replaces defense. Instead of reacting to words, you ask, "Why did that affect me?" This question points inward, not in blame, but in clarity. Often you find an old belief asking to be released. Over time, insults lose their sharpness. Not because people become nicer, but because there is less to hit. You feel less need to explain yourself, less need to correct every misunderstanding, less need to prove. This doesn't make you invisible. It makes you grounded. And as identity becomes more flexible, another freedom appears. You stop taking life personally. Events happen. People speak. Opinions differ. But they no longer define you. You move through experiences without collecting wounds. This prepares the mind for the next step. Because once identity stops turning words into injuries, you begin to notice how expectations quietly do the same thing. And expectations, when left unexamined, can wound just as deeply as insults ever did. As identity loosens and insults lose their grip, another pattern becomes easier to see. A quieter one, less dramatic, but just as costly. It hides behind good intentions and polite behavior. It feels like connection, but it often leads to exhaustion. This is where the need for approval quietly takes its toll. Approval feels harmless at first, wanting to be liked, wanting to be seen as good, capable, reasonable. These desires seem human, even healthy. But when approval becomes a requirement instead of a bonus, it starts charging interest, and the payment is emotional. Every time you shape yourself to be accepted, you pay a small fee. You pay it when you say yes while feeling no, when you soften your truth to avoid discomfort, when you replay conversations wondering if you said the right thing, when you worry about how you came across instead of how you actually feel. These moments seem small, but they accumulate, and over time, they drain you. The need for approval trains the mind to scan constantly. How am I being perceived? Did I upset them? Do they still like me? This scanning keeps the nervous system alert, not because there is danger, but because acceptance feels like safety. The body treats disapproval as threat, even when nothing real is at risk. The Stoics understood that approval is unstable. It changes with mood, context, and opinion. Building peace on something unstable creates anxiety by design. You are always adjusting, always anticipating, always managing impressions. Life becomes a performance, not an experience. One hidden cost of needing approval is loss of clarity. When you prioritize being liked, you lose touch with what you actually think. You start choosing responses based on reaction instead of truth. Over time, this creates inner confusion. You may look calm on the outside while feeling fragmented inside. Another cost is resentment. When you consistently put others first to earn approval, something inside you keeps score. You may not admit it, but the body remembers. The fatigue, the irritation, the quiet anger that appears without a clear cause. This resentment is not a flaw. It is a signal that you are abandoning yourself. Approval also delays honesty. You hesitate to speak up because you fear upsetting someone. You tolerate behavior that crosses your boundaries because you don't want to seem difficult. You stay silent when something matters to you. This silence feels safe in the moment, but it compounds. Each time you ignore yourself, self-trust weakens. The Stoics valued integrity over approval, not as stubbornness, but as alignment. Integrity means your inner world and outer actions agree. When they don't, tension forms. That tension is the emotional tax you pay for approval. Another subtle cost appears in relationships. When approval is needed, connection becomes conditional. You are not fully present because part of you is monitoring. Authenticity shrinks. Depth suffers. People may like the version of you that seeks approval, but they don't truly know you. And being liked without being known feels empty. The need for approval also amplifies criticism. When your sense of worth depends on others, disapproval feels devastating. A small comment feels large. A neutral reaction feels like rejection. You become emotionally fragile, not because you are weak, but because your center is outside yourself. Letting go here does not mean becoming rude or careless. It means changing where validation comes from. When approval is a preference instead of a need, you regain stability. You can enjoy praise without chasing it. You can hear criticism without collapsing. This shift begins with noticing how often you check for permission. Before speaking, before acting, before deciding. Each check pulls you outward. Gently bring attention back inward. Ask, does this align with what I know to be true? This question builds self-respect. Another important step is accepting that disapproval is inevitable. No matter how kind, thoughtful, or careful you are, someone will misunderstand you. Someone will disagree. Someone will be disappointed. Trying to avoid this is a losing game. Peace comes from accepting this reality, not resisting it. The Stoics practiced distinguishing between being respected and being approved of. Respect comes from consistency and honesty. Approval comes from agreement and comfort. Respect lasts longer. Approval changes quickly. As the need for approval softens, something freeing happens. You stop editing yourself so much. Conversations feel lighter. Decisions feel clearer. You don't feel the urge to explain everything. Silence becomes easier to tolerate. You also notice how much energy returns. Energy that was spent managing impressions now supports presence. Creativity. Calm. You feel more grounded because you are no longer split between who you are and who you are trying to be. Letting go of approval does not isolate you. It deepens connection. People sense authenticity. They respond to steadiness. Relationships become less transactional and more real. And perhaps the most important shift is internal. You begin to trust yourself, not because you are perfect, but because you are honest. This trust becomes a quiet source of confidence. You don't need to convince others of your worth because you are no longer arguing with yourself about it. As this emotional tax is lifted, another pattern becomes visible. You start to see how much of your suffering came from expectations placed on outcomes, not just on people. And expectations, when clung to, create their own kind of pressure. That is where the next layer of letting go reveals itself. As the need for approval loosens, a quiet strength starts to take shape. You begin to stand more firmly inside yourself. But right there, another fear often surfaces. If you stop bending so much, if you stop seeking reassurance, what happens when life still hurts? What happens when something genuinely impacts you? This is where many people confuse two very different experiences. Being affected is not the same as being ruined. Life will touch you. That is unavoidable. Loss happens. Disappointment happens. Words land. Bodies change. Plans fall apart. Being affected means you feel these things. You register them. You respond emotionally. Being ruined is something else entirely. It is the belief that because something affected you, it has permanently damaged you. This belief quietly magnifies suffering. When something difficult happens, the mind often jumps to conclusions. I'll never be the same. This broke me. I can't recover from this. These thoughts feel honest because the pain is real. But pain does not equal destruction. Pain is an experience. Ruin is a story. The Stoics understood this distinction clearly. They never denied that events could be painful. They denied that pain had the authority to define the rest of your life. They saw resilience not as resistance to feeling, but as refusal to collapse identity around injury. Being affected is temporary. Being ruined feels permanent. The moment you tell yourself that an event has ruined you, the mind closes doors. Possibility shrinks. Hope feels unrealistic. Effort feels pointless. The body responds with heaviness because the future appears closed. This reaction does not come from the event itself. It comes from the conclusion you reached about it. Another reason this confusion persists is emotional intensity. When pain is strong, it feels endless. The nervous system is activated. Time perception changes. The present moment feels stretched. The mind assumes this feeling will last forever. But intense feelings peak and fall. They always do when not fed by catastrophic thinking. Being affected allows movement. You grieve, you adapt, you integrate. Being ruined freezes you. You keep checking the wound. You keep comparing before and after. You measure everything against what was lost. Life becomes a constant reference to a moment that already passed. This is where people unknowingly prolong suffering. There is also pride hidden in the idea of being ruined. Not pride in a loud way, but in a subtle one. What happened to me was so significant that I will never recover. This gives pain importance. It protects it from being questioned. Letting go can feel like minimizing what you went through, but healing does not erase meaning. It transforms it. The Stoics believed that strength is revealed after impact, not before it. You do not prove resilience by avoiding difficulty. You discover it by surviving difficulty without letting it define you. This requires a shift in language and thought. Instead of saying, "This ruined me," you say, "This affected me deeply." The second statement honors the pain without turning it into a sentence. It keeps the future open. Another important realization is that being affected does not require explanation. You don't need to justify your feelings with conclusions about your worth or your future. You can feel shaken without deciding who you are now. You can feel loss without deciding you are incomplete. The mind often wants to label pain because labels give a sense of control. But labels also harden experience. When you label yourself as broken, damaged, or ruined, the mind starts treating you that way. It lowers expectations. It avoids challenge. It anticipates failure. Not because it's true, but because the label demands consistency. Letting go here means allowing yourself to be impacted without becoming defined by impact. This does not mean rushing recovery. It means trusting that recovery unfolds naturally when not blocked by hopeless conclusions. The body and mind are adaptive systems. They adjust when given time and space. What interferes with this adjustment is the belief that adjustment is impossible. Another subtle cost of confusing being affected with being ruined is withdrawal. People pull back from life because they believe they can no longer participate fully. They say no to opportunities, connection, and joy because they think they are no longer capable. This self-protection often causes more pain than the original event. The Stoics encouraged engagement, even after loss. Not forced positivity, but continued participation. They understood that meaning is not found by waiting to feel whole again. Wholeness is rebuilt through action, presence, and time. You begin to notice that life continues offering moments, even when you are hurting. A conversation, a small task, a quiet walk. Being affected allows you to receive these moments. Being ruined blocks them. Another key shift happens when you stop comparing yourself to who you were before. Comparison creates a false standard. Of course, you are different. Experience changes people. But different does not mean worse. It means informed. It means expanded. It means more complex. When you allow change without judgment, identity stays flexible. You become someone who has lived, not someone who has been destroyed. This flexibility restores confidence. Not loud confidence, but quiet trust. Trust that you can feel deeply and still function. Trust that pain does not erase value. Trust that life can include hardship without ending meaning. As this trust grows, fear of future pain lessens. You stop bracing so much. You stop trying to protect yourself from being affected at all. You accept that being affected is part of being alive. And paradoxically, this acceptance makes you stronger. You no longer treat every challenge as a threat to your existence. You meet difficulty with openness instead of panic. You allow yourself to be human without turning humanity into a flaw. This understanding prepares you for the next step in letting go. Because once you know you can be affected without being ruined, you begin to see how often you cling to control out of fear of collapse. And that fear of losing control is where much inner tension quietly hides. As the fear of being ruined softens, another source of tension comes into view. It has been there all along, shaping reactions, sharpening disappointments, and quietly setting traps inside the mind. Expectations. Not the obvious kind you talk about, but the invisible ones you carry without noticing. Expectations feel like plans, like hope, like preparation. But when they harden, they become emotional landmines. An expectation is a silent agreement with the future. It says, this is how things should go. When life follows the script, everything feels fine. When it doesn't, the explosion happens inside. Frustration, anger, hurt, confusion. Not because something terrible occurred, but because reality stepped on an unseen condition. Most people don't realize how many expectations they are carrying. Expectations about how others should behave, how fast things should progress, how appreciation should be shown, how effort should be rewarded. These expectations are rarely spoken. They live quietly in the background, shaping emotional responses. The Stoics warn that expectations are dangerous, not because they are wrong, but because they are rigid. Reality is fluid. People are inconsistent. Circumstances shift. When your inner rules don't bend, pressure builds, and pressure always looks for release. This is why disappointment feels so personal. You don't just feel let down by the event, you feel betrayed by reality. This wasn't supposed to happen. That sentence alone creates suffering. It places you in conflict with what already is. Expectations also disguise themselves as fairness. After everything I did, this shouldn't have happened. They should know better. I deserve a different outcome. These thoughts feel justified, reasonable, but justification doesn't reduce pain. It intensifies it by reinforcing resistance. Another hidden cost of expectations is constant anticipation. The mind stays focused on what's next instead of what's here. You enjoy moments conditionally. You delay peace until something happens. You tell yourself, once this works out, I'll relax. But the finish line keeps moving because new expectations replace old ones. This creates a restless inner state. Even when things are good, the mind is preparing for when they won't be. Expectations also poison relationships quietly. You expect others to read your needs, to respond the way you would, to meet standards you never communicated. When they fail, resentment grows. Not because they were cruel, but because they didn't follow a script they never saw. The Stoics believed clarity prevents resentment. Expectations without communication create silent contracts, and silent contracts are always broken. Another way expectations harm you is by turning uncertainty into threat. When you expect certainty, ambiguity feels intolerable. You rush decisions, you overthink, you try to control outcomes. The body stays tense because the mind is trying to secure a future it cannot predict. Letting go here does not mean abandoning hope or effort. It means changing how tightly you grip outcomes. There is a difference between intention and expectation. Intention moves you forward. Expectation demands a result. You can work toward a goal without deciding how it must unfold. You can care deeply without insisting on a specific timeline. You can give without requiring a return. This flexibility reduces emotional explosions because there are fewer hidden triggers. A powerful shift happens when you replace should with could. This could go well. They could understand. This could work out. These thoughts leave room for reality. They soften the landing if things change. Another important realization is that expectations often come from fear. Fear of wasting time, fear of being overlooked, fear of loss. The mind uses expectations to try to prevent pain, but pain avoided through control often returns through disappointment. When you allow uncertainty, the nervous system relaxes. You stop bracing, you stop rehearsing outcomes. You deal with situations as they arrive instead of fighting imagined futures. The Stoics practiced aligning expectations with what is in their control. Your effort is in your control. Your integrity is in your control. Your response is in your control. Outcomes are not. When expectations shift to effort instead of result, peace increases. This also changes how you experience success. When success is expected, it feels normal. When it is not expected but welcomed, it feels like a gift. Gratitude grows naturally when expectations loosen. Letting go of expectations does not make you passive, it makes you responsive. You adapt instead of resist. You stay present instead of fixated. You recover faster because fewer emotional landmines are triggered. You begin to notice how much lighter life feels when moments are allowed to be what they are. Conversations flow more easily. Delays bother you less. People surprise you instead of disappointing you constantly. This doesn't mean nothing hurts. It means fewer things explode. As expectations soften, emotional reactions become proportional. A setback feels like a setback, not a disaster. A misunderstanding feels inconvenient, not devastating. You conserve energy because you are no longer fighting an imagined version of how life was supposed to be. And this opens the door to another deep realization. Once expectations stop controlling your emotions, you begin to see how much of your suffering came from the urge to control itself. And learning to release control is one of the most challenging and freeing Stoic lessons of all. As expectations lose their grip, a deeper tension finally reveals itself. Something beneath the planning, the hoping, the disappointment. A force that has been quietly pulling the strings all along. Control, or more accurately, the need for it. The mind wants certainty. It wants predictability. It wants guarantees. Control feels like safety because it promises protection from pain. If you can manage outcomes, people, timing and emotions, then nothing bad should happen. That's the idea. But this idea is where most mental pain begins. Control creates resistance to reality. Reality moves on its own terms. People change, plans collapse, bodies age, circumstances shift without asking permission. When the mind insists that things must go a certain way, it enters a constant state of tension. Every deviation feels like a threat. Every surprise feels personal, and peace becomes fragile because it depends on life cooperating. The Stoics understood this clearly. They saw that suffering multiplies when you try to control what is not yours to command, not because control is immoral, but because it is ineffective. The mind exhausts itself, fighting forces it cannot overpower. Much of anxiety comes from this struggle. The mind runs ahead, imagining futures, rehearsing scenarios, trying to prepare for every possibility. It believes that worry is a form of control, that if you think enough, plan enough, anticipate enough, you can avoid pain. But worry does not prevent pain. It creates it in advance. Anger also grows from failed control. When people don't behave as expected, when situations don't follow the plan, frustration rises. The mind says, "This shouldn't be happening." That sentence alone reveals the problem. It assumes authority over reality. Sadness can also hide a control issue. Not sadness itself, but the refusal to accept what has already changed. Holding on to what was, wanting the past to return. Grief becomes heavier when it turns into resistance instead of processing. Control also appears in subtle ways. Trying to manage how others feel about you. Trying to control how you are perceived. Trying to control your emotions so you never feel uncomfortable. These efforts seem reasonable, but they keep the nervous system tense. You are always adjusting, monitoring, correcting. The Stoics made a sharp distinction between influence and control. You can influence your actions, your values, your effort. You cannot control outcomes. When you confuse the two, frustration is guaranteed. Another hidden cost of control is self-blame. When you believe you should be able to control everything, every failure feels like a personal flaw. You think, if only I had done more, thought better, acted sooner. This keeps the inner courtroom active. You punish yourself for not mastering the uncontrollable. Letting go of control does not mean giving up responsibility. It means giving responsibility back to where it belongs. You take responsibility for your choices, not for the universe. This shift feels scary at first. Control gives the illusion of safety. Releasing it feels like stepping into uncertainty, but uncertainty is already there. Control only hides it temporarily. When you stop fighting uncertainty, the body relaxes. The constant bracing ends. Another important realization is that control often blocks presence. When you are busy managing outcomes, you miss what is happening now. You are either ahead of the moment or behind it. Peace lives in neither place. It lives here. The Stoics practiced focusing on what is in their power in each moment. This focus simplified life. Instead of asking, "How do I make this turn out right?" they asked, "How do I respond well right now?" This question reduces overwhelm because it narrows attention to what can actually be done. When control loosens, flexibility grows. You adapt faster. You recover quicker. You don't waste energy arguing with reality. You deal with what is instead of what should have been. You also become more compassionate toward others and yourself. You see that people act from their own limitations, fears, and conditioning. You stop expecting perfection. You stop demanding predictability from human beings. This doesn't make you passive, it makes you realistic. Letting go of control also softens fear of the future. You stop believing you must secure every outcome to be okay. You trust that you can handle whatever arrives. This trust is not blind optimism. It is confidence in your ability to respond. As control fades, peace no longer depends on life behaving. It depends on your relationship with what happens. This peace is steady because it is not conditional. And with this steadiness, a deeper form of freedom appears. Because once you stop trying to control everything, you begin to notice how much of your energy was tied up in resistance. And when that energy is released, something surprising happens. You start to feel lighter, not because life is easier, but because you are no longer fighting it. This prepares the ground for the next insight, because when control dissolves, the mind is finally ready to accept uncertainty without panic. And learning to live with uncertainty is one of the most powerful forms of letting go the Stoics ever taught. As the grip of control loosens, the mind doesn't become silent right away. Instead, it starts searching, looking for something else to hold on to. And this is where overthinking usually steps in. Not because you are careless, but because the mind feels exposed without certainty. It fills the space with questions, scenarios, and endless analysis, hoping thought can replace control. Overthinking is not a flaw in intelligence, it is a fear of uncertainty. The mind believes that if it thinks long enough, it will find safety. A perfect answer, a guaranteed outcome, a way to avoid regret. But uncertainty is not a problem to solve. It is a condition of being alive, and the more you resist it, the louder the mind becomes. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from knowing what will happen. It comes from accepting that you don't. This acceptance is not passive, it is radical. It goes against the mind's habits. It says, I can live without answers right now. And that statement alone calms the storm. Overthinking feeds on the belief that uncertainty is dangerous. The mind treats "I don't know" as a threat, so it rushes to fill the gap. What if this goes wrong? What if I make the wrong choice? What if I regret this later? These questions feel urgent, but they rarely lead to clarity. They lead to exhaustion. The problem is not thinking. The problem is thinking without an endpoint. Radical acceptance of uncertainty means allowing questions to exist without forcing answers. It means letting the future remain unwritten without panicking. This feels uncomfortable at first because the mind is used to being in charge, but the discomfort fades when you stop fighting it. The Stoics practiced returning to what is real and present, not because the future doesn't matter, but because it cannot be controlled from the present. Overthinking pulls attention away from what you can actually influence. It traps you in imagined outcomes that steal energy without giving anything back. Another reason overthinking persists is responsibility. Many people believe that if they stop thinking, they are being careless, that worrying proves they care. But worry is not responsibility. Responsibility is action when action is possible. Overthinking often happens when there is nothing left to do. This is where acceptance becomes powerful. You say, "I've done what I can for now," and then you stop. This stopping feels wrong at first. The mind protests, but stopping is what allows clarity to return. Uncertainty does not mean chaos. It means openness, possibility, movement. When you accept uncertainty, you stop trying to lock life into a fixed shape. You allow it to unfold. This reduces mental noise because there is nothing to defend against. The Stoics also understood that certainty is often an illusion anyway. Even when you think you know what will happen, life surprises you. Overthinking gives the appearance of preparation, but it rarely prepares you for what actually arrives. Acceptance prepares you better because it keeps you flexible. Another key shift happens when you notice how overthinking tries to escape feeling. Instead of sitting with discomfort, the mind analyzes it. Instead of feeling uncertainty, the mind debates it. Radical acceptance asks you to stay with the feeling instead of running from it. This is not easy, but it is effective. When you allow uncertainty without labeling it as danger, the nervous system settles. The body stops bracing. Thoughts slow down naturally, not because you forced them, but because the threat perception has ended. Acceptance also changes how you make decisions. Instead of waiting for perfect certainty, you act based on values and information you have now. You accept that no choice comes with guarantees. This removes paralysis. You move forward without demanding assurance. The Stoics believed wisdom is acting well without knowing the outcome. This requires courage, not control. It means trusting your capacity to respond rather than predicting every result. Another benefit of accepting uncertainty is freedom from regret. Regret often comes from believing you should have known, but uncertainty means you couldn't have known. You made the best choice you could at the time. Acceptance honors that truth. As overthinking fades, presence grows. You become more engaged with what is actually happening. Conversations feel clearer. Decisions feel cleaner. You stop rehearsing life and start living it. This does not mean thoughts disappear. It means they lose urgency. They come and go without demanding obedience. You notice them without chasing them. Radical acceptance is not a one-time decision. It is a practice. Each time you catch yourself spiraling, you gently return to now. You remind yourself that uncertainty is not an enemy. It is the space where life happens. And something surprising follows. When you stop trying to predict everything, intuition becomes clearer. You hear your inner signals more accurately because they are not drowned out by noise. You respond instead of react. As this acceptance deepens, the mind becomes quieter, not because it is empty, but because it trusts. It trusts that you can handle what comes. It trusts that not knowing is survivable. This trust opens the door to the next layer of letting go, because once uncertainty is no longer feared, you begin to see how much suffering came from trying to define yourself by outcomes, and releasing that attachment leads to a deeper form of freedom, one that reshapes how you see success, failure, and meaning itself. As uncertainty becomes something you can sit with instead of escape from, the mind starts looking outward again, not to control the future this time, but to measure itself, quietly, automatically, almost without permission. And this is where another subtle source of suffering reveals itself. Comparison. Comparison doesn't arrive loudly. It slips in during ordinary moments, while scrolling, while listening to someone else's story, while remembering where you thought you would be by now. It asks a simple question that carries a heavy cost. How do I measure up? This question feels harmless, even motivating at times, but comparison is rarely neutral. It almost always turns inward as judgment, and that judgment slowly becomes a form of self-inflicted harm. Comparison shifts attention away from your actual life and places it into an imagined ranking. You stop experiencing your own path and start evaluating it against someone else's timeline, abilities, outcomes, or appearance. The mind forgets context. It forgets starting points. It forgets unseen struggles. All it sees is a snapshot and a conclusion. The Stoics warned against this because comparison replaces reality with abstraction. You are no longer dealing with what is. You are dealing with an idea of where you should be relative to others. And ideas like this are endless. There will always be someone ahead, always someone behind, always someone doing something differently. Comparison creates dissatisfaction even when nothing is wrong. You can be content until comparison enters. You can feel stable until someone else's success appears. You can feel enough until you measure yourself against an image that has nothing to do with your values. And once comparison begins, peace becomes conditional. Another hidden danger of comparison is that it treats life like a race with shared lanes. But lives don't move that way. Different circumstances, different timing, different priorities, different limits. Comparison flattens complexity into a single scale. It asks who is winning, without asking what game is being played. This is why comparison often leads to shame. You don't just notice difference, you judge it. I should be further. I should be better. What's wrong with me? These thoughts feel personal, but they are built on a false premise, that your path should resemble someone else's. The Stoics believed the only fair comparison is between who you were and who you are becoming. Even that comparison must be handled carefully, used for reflection, not punishment. When comparison becomes self-attack, growth shuts down. Comparison also steals presence. Instead of engaging with your current experience, you step outside of it to evaluate. The mind leaves the moment to measure worth. This creates distance. Life becomes something you observe and judge instead of live. Social comparison is especially damaging because it is constant and incomplete. You see highlights, not processes, outcomes, not effort, appearances, not internal states. The mind fills in the gaps with assumption. It assumes ease, confidence, happiness, and then uses that assumption to criticize your own unseen struggles. This is not truth. It is projection. Another cost of comparison is loss of gratitude. When attention is focused on what others have, what you have becomes invisible. Progress feels small. Achievements feel ordinary. Joy feels delayed. You keep waiting for the moment when you'll finally feel enough. But enough is not a destination reached by outpacing others. It is a relationship with your own life. The Stoics practiced contentment not by denying ambition, but by grounding ambition in values instead of status. They asked, "Am I living according to what matters?" Not, "Am I ahead?" This shift removes the competitive lens. It replaces it with alignment. Comparison also creates unnecessary pressure. You rush because others seem ahead. You force decisions because you fear falling behind. You measure success by speed instead of meaning. This leads to burnout, not fulfillment. Letting go of comparison does not mean isolation. It means returning attention to your own lane. It means defining success on your terms. When you stop using others as reference points, clarity improves. You make choices based on fit, not fear. Another powerful realization is that comparison often ignores seasonality. Lives move in cycles. Growth is not linear. There are periods of expansion and periods of consolidation. Comparing your quiet season to someone else's visible peak creates false conclusions. Nothing is wrong with resting, regrouping, or rebuilding. The Stoics understood timing. They knew that forcing progress leads to fragility. Patience builds durability. Comparison also harms compassion. When you measure yourself harshly, you often measure others the same way. Judgment spreads. Letting go of comparison softens not only how you see yourself, but how you see others. You stop ranking. You start understanding. Practically, this shift begins with noticing when comparison arises. Noticing the moment your attention leaves your own experience to assess someone else's. Gently return. Ask, "What is required of me right now?" This question brings you back to reality. You also begin to limit unnecessary exposure. Not everything needs to be seen. Not every success story needs to be consumed. Protecting your attention is not avoidance, it is care. As comparison loosens, a quiet relief appears. You stop feeling behind. You stop racing invisible competitors. You begin to move at a pace that matches your values, energy, and circumstances. This relief is not laziness, it is focus. And with focus, another insight begins to surface. Once you stop harming yourself through comparison, you start to notice how much suffering came from resisting what is already happening. And that resistance, more than any external obstacle, is often what keeps pain alive. As comparison fades and resistance softens, something unexpected begins to happen. You notice fewer emotional spikes, fewer inner arguments, fewer moments where your peace is stolen without your consent. And slowly, a new kind of freedom takes shape. Not loud, not defensive, quiet and solid. This is where the idea of being unoffendable enters. Being unoffendable does not mean nothing touches you. It means nothing hooks you. Most people think offense is proof of strength. That reacting shows self-respect. That feeling hurt means something important was violated. But offense often does the opposite. It hands control to whatever triggered it. A comment, a tone, a look. Someone else's opinion suddenly decides how you feel, and the mind follows automatically. The Stoics saw offense as a voluntary burden. not because it's easy to drop, but because it depends on agreement. Someone offers a judgment. You decide whether to accept it. If you don't, it falls to the ground, powerless. Being unoffendable begins with recognizing that not every opinion deserves a response, and not every comment deserves a place inside you. Words can pass by without being absorbed. Silence can remain intact even when noise appears. This doesn't mean you approve of disrespect. It means you refuse to internalize it. Offense requires identification. It needs you to believe that what was said defines you, threatens you, or diminishes you. When identity loosens, offense struggles to survive. There is nothing firm to strike. The words land, but they don't stick. Another shift happens when you stop assuming intent. Many offenses come from assuming someone meant to hurt you, but people speak from habit, pain, ignorance, or distraction. Most remarks are not attacks. They are expressions of someone else's inner state. Seeing this removes personalization, and without personalization, offense fades quickly. Being unoffendable also means giving up the need to correct every misunderstanding. This is one of the hardest habits to release. The urge to explain yourself, to defend your image, to make sure others see you accurately. But clarity does not always come from explanation. Often it comes from consistency over time. The Stoics trusted actions more than arguments. They knew that trying to control perception is exhausting. When you stop needing to be understood by everyone, your inner world becomes quieter. Another important aspect of being unoffendable is emotional proportion. Not everything deserves the same level of reaction. When offense is automatic, small things feel big. When offense is optional, reactions match reality. A minor comment stays minor. A misunderstanding stays manageable. Energy is conserved. This does not mean suppressing emotion. It means choosing not to escalate it. You feel the initial sensation, then you let it pass without feeding it. Over time, the sensation becomes weaker because the habit is no longer reinforced. Being unoffendable also changes how you listen. You hear criticism without collapsing. You hear praise without inflating. You remain centered. This center is not rigid, it is flexible. It adapts without breaking. The Stoics believed true strength is inner independence, when your emotional state does not depend on how others behave. You are free. You can engage without fear, disengage without resentment, speak without aggression, walk away without bitterness. Another freedom appears in relationships. Conflict de-escalates naturally when offense is absent. You don't need to win. You don't need to prove. You don't need to dominate. You respond calmly or not at all. This often ends conflict faster than argument ever could. Being unoffendable also protects compassion. When you are no longer busy defending yourself, you can see others more clearly. You notice their struggles instead of only their words. This does not excuse harmful behavior, but it prevents you from carrying it longer than necessary. There is also a deep sense of dignity in not reacting. Not the prideful kind, but the quiet kind. The dignity of knowing who you are without needing confirmation. The dignity of not explaining yourself to every passing opinion. Practically, this freedom grows through pauses. When something offensive arises, pause before responding. Notice the urge. Feel the sensation. Ask yourself, do I want to carry this? That question alone often dissolves the charge. You also begin to notice how rarely offense improves anything. It rarely leads to understanding, rarely to growth, rarely to peace. Most of the time, it only keeps the mind busy and the heart heavy. As this realization settles, offense loses its appeal. not because you are above it, but because you see its cost clearly. Being unoffendable does not make you passive, it makes you deliberate. You choose when to engage and when to conserve energy. You stop reacting to everything and start responding to what matters. This is psychological freedom, not freedom from life, but freedom within it. You move through conversations, opinions, and judgments without being dragged by them. You remain steady while the world stays noisy. And from this steadiness, a deeper kind of letting go becomes possible. Because once offense no longer controls you, you begin to see how much of your suffering came from taking life personally. And releasing that habit opens the door to a calm that does not depend on circumstances at all. As the pull of offense weakens and reactions soften, attention turns inward again. Not to emotions this time, but to the quiet tool that shapes them before they even appear. Words, the ones you hear, and more importantly, the ones you use inside your own mind. Language is not just a way to describe experience, it programs it. Most people think emotions arrive first and words come later, but often it happens the other way around. A sentence appears internally and the body follows. This is unbearable. I can't deal with this. This always happens. These phrases feel harmless because they sound familiar, but each one sends instructions to the nervous system. The Stoics understood that words are not neutral. They guide attention. They shape perception. They determine whether the mind escalates or steadies itself. When language becomes dramatic, the body reacts dramatically. When language is precise and calm, the body follows. Consider the difference between saying, "I am anxious," and "I feel anxiety." The first turns a temporary state into an identity. The second keeps it as an experience that can pass. One sentence tightens the knot, the other loosens it. This is how language programs emotional reactions. The mind speaks in shortcuts. It prefers strong, absolute words because they feel decisive. Always, never, ruined, hopeless. These words collapse complexity. They tell the body that the situation is extreme and permanent. The nervous system responds with urgency because it believes survival is at stake. But reality is rarely absolute. Most situations are mixed, temporary, and incomplete. When language exaggerates, emotion follows the exaggeration. Another hidden effect of language is how it frames time. "This will never end" pulls the mind into a permanent future. "This is hard right now" keeps it in the present. One sentence creates despair, the other creates endurance. Same situation, different internal response. The Stoics trained themselves to remove unnecessary drama from their inner speech, not to deny pain, but to describe it accurately. Accuracy reduces suffering. Exaggeration multiplies it. Language also carries judgment. When you say, "This is terrible," you add a verdict. When you say, "This is uncomfortable," you state a fact. The first invites resistance. The second allows presence. Judgment fuels emotion. Description grounds it. Another important aspect is how language assigns agency. "They made me feel this way" gives power outward. "I noticed I felt this way after that" keeps awareness inward. The first creates helplessness. The second creates choice. The words you use repeatedly become mental habits. Over time, they shape emotional reflexes. If your inner language is harsh, critical, and catastrophic, your emotional world will feel unsafe. If your language is measured and compassionate, your emotions become easier to regulate. This is not about positive thinking, it is about precise thinking. The Stoics did not replace negative words with cheerful ones. They replaced distorted words with truthful ones. They knew that truth, even when difficult, is calming. It gives the nervous system something solid to rest on. Language also affects memory. The way you describe past events determines how they feel when recalled. If you label an experience as traumatic, it will return with intensity. If you describe it as painful but survivable, it returns with less force. The event did not change. The framing did. This does not minimize real hardship. It contextualizes it. Another subtle way language programs emotion is through self-talk during difficulty. When something goes wrong, notice the first sentence that appears. Is it supportive or punishing? You're doing your best creates resilience. You always mess this up creates collapse. The body listens to these messages as if they were spoken aloud. Many people would never speak to a friend the way they speak to themselves. The Stoics believed inner speech should be governed with the same care as outer speech, because the listener is always present. Changing language does not mean suppressing honesty. It means choosing words that reflect reality without cruelty. You can acknowledge pain without attacking yourself. You can recognize difficulty without predicting disaster. A practical shift is removing global statements. Replace "everything is falling apart" with "this part is not working." Replace "I can't handle this" with "this is challenging." These small changes reduce emotional overload. They create space between feeling and collapse. Another powerful shift is using temporary language. Right now, at the moment, for now. These phrases remind the mind that change is possible. The nervous system relaxes when it knows the situation is not permanent. Language also shapes how you relate to others. When you describe people as toxic, evil, or impossible, your body prepares for battle. When you describe behavior as unhelpful or misaligned, you create room for boundaries without hatred. Hatred keeps you tied to what you want to leave. The Stoics chose words that preserved inner peace, not because they were passive, but because they were strategic. They knew that inner calm is easier to maintain when language does not inflame. Over time, as language softens, emotional reactions become less intense. Not because life is easier, but because the mind stops turning every moment into an emergency. You still feel, but you feel without panic. This practice requires awareness. Catching phrases as they appear, gently adjusting them. Not perfectly, just consistently. Each adjustment retrains the nervous system. Each calmer description weakens old emotional patterns. As this retraining continues, something deeper becomes visible. You realize that many of your reactions were never inevitable. They were learned, reinforced, repeated through language. And once you see that, another question naturally arises. If words can program emotional reactions, then what happens when you change the way you talk about control, loss, and responsibility? That question leads directly into the next layer of Stoic insight, where responsibility is reclaimed without blame, and freedom becomes even more stable. As language becomes calmer and more precise, the mind starts to settle into a new rhythm. Emotional reactions no longer surge as quickly. Thoughts feel less urgent, and in that quieter state, a powerful distinction becomes visible, one that most people live their entire lives without noticing. There is a difference between what happens inside you and what happens around you. The Stoics understood this as the difference between inner weather and outer climate. The outer climate is life. Circumstances, other people's behavior, loss and gain, praise and criticism, change and uncertainty. It moves on its own, sometimes calm, sometimes harsh. You don't control it, just as you don't control the seasons. Inner weather is your emotional state, your thoughts, your reactions, your mood in this moment. Unlike the outer climate, this is not fixed. It shifts, it passes, it changes faster than you think, unless you confuse it with the climate and treat it as permanent. Most suffering comes from mixing these two. When something difficult happens, the mind often says, "This is how things are now." A bad day becomes a bad life. A painful moment becomes a permanent condition. Inner weather gets mistaken for outer climate. And when that happens, hope disappears. A storm inside feels like the world itself is storming. The Stoics trained themselves to separate the two. They knew that a stormy mind does not mean a stormy life. They also knew that a calm mind does not require a calm world. This distinction is where emotional resilience begins. Inner weather can be heavy one hour and clear the next. But when you label it as "this is my life now," you trap yourself inside a temporary state. The nervous system responds with resignation instead of movement. You stop adapting because you believe there is nothing to adapt to, only something to endure. This is why naming emotions matters. Saying, "I feel overwhelmed," is very different from saying, "My life is overwhelming." One describes inner weather. The other describes outer climate. One allows change. The other suggests permanence. Another reason this confusion causes suffering is memory. When inner weather is intense, the mind searches the past for confirmation. It remembers other storms. It strings them together and creates a story of constant hardship. But memory rarely includes the calm moments. It selects intensity, not accuracy. The Stoics believed that inner weather should be observed, not obeyed. You don't argue with the rain. You don't assume it will last forever. You adjust. You wait. You protect what needs protecting. Emotions deserve the same approach. When sadness appears, you acknowledge it. You don't decide that life is sad. When anxiety rises, you notice it. You don't conclude that the future is dangerous. This subtle shift prevents emotional states from becoming identities. Another powerful effect of this distinction is patience. When you know inner weather changes, you don't rush to escape it. You stop making permanent decisions based on temporary feelings. You don't burn bridges because of a bad mood. You don't abandon values because of discomfort. This patience is not passivity. It is trust in movement. The outer climate will do what it does. You will face challenges. You will lose things. People will disappoint you. But inner weather does not have to mirror every shift outside. You can experience rain without flooding. You can feel wind without being blown off course. The Stoics practiced anchoring themselves in what was steady. Values, principles, actions. These do not change with inner weather. When emotions fluctuate, values remain. When moods shift, principles guide behavior. This creates continuity even during storms. Another benefit of separating inner weather from outer climate is reduced personalization. When something goes wrong, you stop assuming it defines everything. A setback becomes a moment, not a verdict. A conflict becomes an event, not a truth about relationships or life. This distinction also helps with compassion. When others act poorly, you see their behavior as part of their inner weather, not as a fixed trait or a personal attack. This doesn't excuse harm, but it prevents you from carrying it longer than necessary. You respond instead of react. Practically, this awareness grows through simple reminders. When emotions rise, you tell yourself, "This is inner weather." That sentence alone creates space. It reminds the mind that change is possible. It signals the nervous system to stay flexible. You also begin to ask better questions. Not, "Why is my life like this?" but "What is happening inside me right now?" This question shifts attention from blame to awareness. Awareness reduces intensity because it brings you back to the present. Another shift happens in decision-making. When you no longer confuse inner weather with outer climate, you stop making life decisions based on emotional storms. You wait for clarity. You allow emotions to pass before acting. This prevents regret and impulsivity. The Stoics trusted time. They knew that clarity often arrives after the storm, not during it. By waiting, you allow wiser responses to emerge. This distinction also protects joy. When something good happens, you enjoy it without demanding it last forever. You don't panic about loss. You let the moment be what it is. Joy feels lighter because it is not burdened with fear. As this understanding deepens, emotional resilience becomes natural. You stop fighting feelings. You stop identifying with them. You allow them to move without resistance. Inner weather becomes information, not instruction. And once you truly see that your inner state is not the same as your circumstances, another layer of freedom appears. You realize that even in difficult outer climates, inner clarity is still possible. That realization leads directly into the next Stoic lesson, learning how attention, not circumstance, determines emotional weight. As the difference between inner weather and outer climate becomes clear, a quiet question begins to surface. If the danger has passed, if the moment is over, if nothing bad is happening right now, why does the pain still feel alive? This question touches one of the most confusing experiences people have with emotion. The event ends. The argument is finished. The loss has already happened. Yet the body still reacts. The chest tightens. The mind replays. Sleep feels shallow. Emotional pain lingers as if the threat never left. This happens because the nervous system does not run on logic. It runs on patterns. When a threat appears, real or perceived, the body shifts into protection mode. Muscles tense. Breathing changes. Attention narrows. This response is meant to be temporary. But when the mind keeps revisiting the event, the body never receives the signal that it's safe to stand down. The threat may be gone from reality, but it remains active in memory. The Stoics understood that the body reacts not only to what is happening, but to what is imagined to be happening. Memory, anticipation, and interpretation can keep the survival system activated long after the original cause has disappeared. The body does not know the difference between a remembered threat and a present one when the image is vivid enough. This is why emotional pain feels real even when nothing is happening now. Because internally, something is happening. The mind keeps reopening the file, replaying the scene, asking, "What if?" explaining, defending, judging. Each replay tells the nervous system, "Stay alert," and so the body obeys. Another reason pain persists is unfinished meaning. The mind wants closure. It wants resolution. It wants understanding. When it doesn't get that, it keeps the emotion alive as a reminder. Pain becomes a placeholder for something unresolved. But resolution does not always come from answers. Sometimes it comes from acceptance. The Stoics believed that insisting on complete understanding keeps wounds open. Life does not always explain itself. People do not always clarify their actions. Waiting for explanation delays peace. The body stays tense because the mind is still searching. Another factor is identity. When a painful experience becomes part of how you see yourself, the pain sticks. I'm the one who was betrayed. I'm the one who failed. I'm the one who was hurt. These identities keep the emotional response active because the mind believes it must protect or justify them. Pain also persists when it is resisted. Fighting emotion signals danger. The nervous system interprets resistance as confirmation that something is wrong. This is why trying to get over it often makes things worse. The body tightens further because it thinks the threat is increasing. The Stoics approached lingering pain differently. They allowed it without feeding it. They understood that emotions complete themselves when not interrupted. Fear fades when it is not resisted. Grief softens when it is not judged. Anger cools when it is not rehearsed. This does not mean doing nothing. It means doing less internally. A key shift happens when you stop asking, "Why do I still feel this?" and start asking, "What am I doing that keeps this active?" Often the answer is attention, rumination, storytelling, self-judgment. These are not conscious choices but habits. The moment you notice a replay starting, you gently return to the present. Not by force, by grounding, feeling your feet, noticing breath, engaging with something physical. This tells the body, "We are here now." Over time, the nervous system learns that the threat is over. Another important realization is that emotional pain often outlasts events because it was never about the event alone. It was about safety, belonging, or meaning. When those feel threatened, the system stays alert. Healing comes not from changing the past, but from restoring a sense of safety in the present. This is why kindness toward yourself matters. Harsh self-talk keeps the threat alive. Compassion signals safety. When you speak to yourself calmly, the body relaxes. When you judge yourself, it braces. The Stoics practiced this through perspective. They reminded themselves of impermanence, of scale, of the fact that emotions rise and fall like waves. This perspective does not erase pain, but it reduces its dominance. Another reason pain persists is habit. The mind learns patterns. If it has responded with fear or anger to similar situations before, it will repeat that response automatically. Breaking the habit takes time, not force. Each moment of awareness weakens the old pattern. You also begin to see that lingering pain does not mean you are broken. It means your system is doing its job a little too well. It learned to protect you and hasn't updated yet. Patience helps it recalibrate. As pain fades, it often does so quietly. Not in a dramatic release, but in shorter episodes, longer gaps, less intensity. You may not notice it leaving until one day you realize you went hours without thinking about it. This is how healing actually works. The Stoics trusted this process. They didn't rush it. They didn't demand immediate relief. They focused on living well now, trusting that the inner weather would eventually change. And as emotional pain stops lingering unnecessarily, another insight becomes clear. Much of what keeps pain alive is not the feeling itself, but the resistance to it. Understanding this opens the door to the next lesson, why fighting inner experience often strengthens it, and how letting go begins when resistance ends. As lingering emotional pain begins to loosen, a quieter understanding starts to take shape. You notice that relief doesn't come from fixing the past or eliminating feeling. It comes from something much simpler and much more powerful. A pause. A small space that most people never learn to notice. This space is the Stoic interpretation gap. It exists between what happens and what you decide it means. Most people live as if this gap does not exist. An event occurs and meaning rushes in instantly. A message goes unanswered and rejection is assumed. A plan changes and failure is declared. A mistake happens and worth is questioned. The speed is so fast it feels automatic, but it is not inevitable. The Stoics believe this gap is where freedom lives. The interpretation gap is the moment where perception ends and judgment begins. It is the fraction of time when something has occurred, but no story has formed yet. The mind hates this gap because it feels empty, uncertain. So it fills it with explanations drawn from habit, memory, fear, or expectation. And whatever fills the gap determines how you suffer. If the interpretation says this is a threat, the body reacts with fear. If it says this is unfair, anger rises. If it says this proves something is wrong with me, shame appears. The event itself did none of this. The interpretation did. The Stoics trained themselves to slow down this process, not to suppress judgment, but to delay it. They understood that the first interpretation is rarely the wisest. It is usually the loudest. This is why two people can experience the same moment and live in completely different emotional worlds afterward. One mind fills the gap with curiosity. The other fills it with accusation. One feels calm. The other feels wounded. The gap was the same. The filling was different. Most suffering is not caused by what happens. It is caused by what rushes in to explain it. The interpretation gap feels uncomfortable at first because it removes certainty. When you don't immediately label something as good or bad, right or wrong, the mind feels exposed. It wants closure. It wants direction. It wants to know how to feel. But staying in the gap a little longer changes everything. When you pause before interpreting, the nervous system has time to regulate. The body does not immediately enter fight or flight. You feel the sensation without escalating it. This alone reduces emotional intensity. Another benefit is perspective. When you don't rush to meaning, alternative explanations appear. Maybe the silence wasn't rejection. Maybe the tone wasn't personal. Maybe the delay wasn't disrespect. These possibilities don't require optimism. They require humility. The humility to admit you don't know yet. The Stoics valued this kind of humility. They believed certainty about interpretation was often arrogance disguised as intuition. Assuming you know why something happened closes the door to understanding. The gap also protects relationships. Many conflicts are born not from actions, but from assumptions. When you interpret someone's behavior without checking, you react to a story instead of a person. The gap gives space to ask, listen, or simply wait. Waiting is underrated wisdom. The interpretation gap also changes how you treat yourself. When you make a mistake, the mind often fills the gap with self-attack. I'm incompetent. I always do this. This proves something. But if you pause, the gap allows a different response. Something went wrong. That's it. No identity. No verdict. This shift is not denial. It is accuracy. Another powerful realization is that interpretations are optional. They feel automatic because they are practiced, not because they are required. Each time you stay in the gap without judgment, you weaken the habit of immediate interpretation. Over time, the gap grows wider. You don't become blank, you become flexible. This flexibility changes how emotions move through you. Feelings arise, but they don't stick as easily because they are not being fed by rigid meaning. You feel sadness without despair, anger without hatred, disappointment without collapse. The Stoics practiced this through attention. They noticed the first thought that appeared after an event, not to judge it, but to question it. Is this necessary? Is this true? Is this helpful? These questions slow the mind enough for wisdom to enter. Another important aspect of the interpretation gap is choice. Once you see the gap, you realize you are not forced to accept the first explanation that appears. You can choose a softer one, or no explanation at all. Sometimes the most peaceful interpretation is simply, "This happened." This simplicity calms the nervous system. It removes the extra layer of struggle. You deal with reality as it is, not as the mind dramatizes it. The gap also reveals how often interpretation is shaped by old wounds. A present event triggers a past memory, and the mind responds as if the past is happening again. When you see this clearly, compassion arises toward yourself, toward others. You stop punishing the present for the past. Practicing the interpretation gap does not make you passive. It makes you precise. You respond after understanding, not before. You act with clarity instead of urgency. Over time, this practice reshapes your inner world. Life feels less hostile. People feel less threatening. Situations feel more manageable. Not because they changed, but because your relationship with meaning did. The Stoics knew that peace does not come from controlling events. It comes from mastering interpretation. And the interpretation gap is the doorway to that mastery. As this doorway opens, another insight naturally follows. You begin to notice how often the mind chooses interpretation based on fear of loss. And once that fear becomes visible, the next step of letting go reveals itself, learning to face loss without letting it dominate your inner life. As the interpretation gap becomes more familiar, another voice starts to stand out. It speaks calmly, carefully. It sounds reasonable, protective. It claims to be guiding you away from mistakes. But when you listen closely, you notice something unsettling. This voice does not expand your life. It narrows it. This is fear pretending to be wisdom. Fear rarely announces itself honestly. If it did, you would question it more often. Instead, it disguises itself as logic. It says things like, "Be realistic. Don't get your hopes up. This probably won't work. You should be careful." These phrases sound mature, responsible, thoughtful, but beneath them is the same old message: don't move, don't risk, don't open. The Stoics warned about this disguise. They knew fear survives best when it sounds intelligent. True wisdom creates clarity and calm. Fear creates hesitation and tension. Wisdom opens options. Fear closes them. The confusion happens because fear uses the language of experience. It points to past pain as evidence. Last time you tried, it hurt. Remember what happened before. And the mind listens because memory feels convincing. But memory is selective. Fear only remembers the cost, not the growth. It remembers the pain, not the resilience. It remembers the moment of failure, not everything you learned after it. When fear pretends to be wisdom, it edits the story. This is how people stop trusting themselves. Fear also frames avoidance as intelligence. It tells you that staying small is smart, that not trying is safer, that silence is better than saying the wrong thing. But safety achieved through avoidance is fragile. It requires constant restriction. You must keep shrinking to maintain it. The Stoics believed courage was not recklessness. It was alignment with values despite uncertainty. Fear says, don't. Wisdom asks, why not? Fear focuses on what could go wrong. Wisdom considers what is worth doing even if things go wrong. Another sign that fear is pretending to be wisdom is urgency. Fear feels pressing. It wants immediate decisions, immediate withdrawal, immediate certainty. Wisdom does not rush. It takes time. It creates space. When a thought feels tense and urgent, it is rarely wise. Fear also exaggerates consequences. It turns discomfort into catastrophe, embarrassment into humiliation, rejection into ruin. These exaggerations feel protective, but they distort reality. The body responds as if the worst-case scenario is guaranteed. This is why fear feels so convincing. The nervous system is already activated. When the body is tense, the mind searches for justification. Fear provides it. Wisdom does not need bodily panic to speak. Another way fear disguises itself is through self-criticism. It says, "You're not ready. You're not capable. You should wait until you're better." These thoughts feel humble, but they are often avoidance in disguise. They delay action indefinitely. Because better is never clearly defined, the Stoics believed action creates readiness, not the other way around. Fear also borrows the voice of caution learned from others, parents, teachers, culture. Don't stand out. Don't fail. Don't disappoint. These messages get internalized and replayed as personal insight. But inherited fear is still fear, even when it sounds familiar. Wisdom, by contrast, feels grounded. It acknowledges risk without inflating it. It accepts uncertainty without dramatizing it. It does not promise comfort. It promises alignment. A useful way to tell the difference is to notice the outcome. After listening to a thought, do you feel expanded or contracted, calm or tense, clear or heavy? Fear always leaves contraction behind. Wisdom leaves steadiness. The Stoics practiced questioning fear gently, not arguing with it, but asking, "What am I protecting?" Often the answer is not safety, but ego, image, comfort, familiar identity. Fear resists change because change threatens what it knows. Another powerful question is, if this didn't scare me, would it still matter? Fear often disguises disinterest as caution. When fear is removed, clarity appears. Sometimes you realize you never wanted the thing. Other times you realize fear was the only barrier. Letting go here does not mean ignoring fear. It means refusing to treat it as authority. Fear is information, not instruction. It signals discomfort, not danger. Wisdom decides how to respond. This distinction changes how you live. You stop asking, "What if this goes wrong?" and start asking, "What if I can handle it even if it does?" This shift restores agency. It reminds you that resilience exists. The Stoics trusted their ability to respond more than their ability to predict. They knew that no amount of caution guarantees safety, but clarity improves response. Values guide action. Presence steadies the mind. As fear loses its disguise, movement returns. You take small steps instead of freezing. You speak when it matters. You try without demanding certainty. Life becomes less about avoiding pain and more about living with purpose. Fear does not disappear completely. It still visits, but it no longer runs the house. You listen, then decide. And that decision comes from something deeper than fear. This prepares you for the next realization, because once fear is seen clearly, you begin to notice how often resistance itself creates suffering. And understanding resistance leads directly to one of the most powerful Stoic insights of all: why what you fight inside tends to grow stronger, not weaker. As fear steps out of the role of false wisdom, something softer begins to appear. A willingness to stay open, to feel, to engage with life without armor. And right there, another misunderstanding often arises. People assume that openness leads to weakness, that vulnerability means breaking easily. But this belief has caused more isolation than protection. Vulnerability does not require fragility. Fragility is when you shatter under pressure. Vulnerability is when you stay open without collapsing. The two are often confused because both involve exposure, but their outcomes are completely different. Most people protect themselves by closing off. They harden their tone. They distance emotionally. They keep conversations shallow. They avoid sharing what matters. This feels safe, but it comes at a cost. The cost is connection. The cost is honesty. The cost is feeling alive. The Stoics never taught emotional hardness. They taught inner stability. Stability allows vulnerability because it is not threatened by feeling. When your center is grounded, emotions can pass through without destroying you. Fragility comes from resistance, not openness. When you resist feeling, emotions build pressure. When pressure builds, small things break you. This is why people who suppress emotions often react intensely to minor triggers. The system is overloaded. Vulnerability, when practiced with awareness, releases pressure. It allows emotion to move instead of pile up. Another reason vulnerability gets mistaken for fragility is identity. When you tie your worth to being strong, capable, or unbothered, showing emotion feels dangerous. You fear losing your image, but this image is what makes you brittle. It requires constant defense. The Stoics believed strength was consistency of character, not absence of feeling. You can feel deeply and remain steady. You can express pain without becoming lost in it. This balance is learned, not innate. Vulnerability without fragility begins with self-trust. Trust that you can feel sadness without drowning, that you can admit fear without being consumed by it, that you can express uncertainty without losing authority. This trust grows through experience. Each time you allow yourself to be open and survive, confidence builds. Another important distinction is between sharing and oversharing. Vulnerability does not mean exposing everything to everyone. It means choosing honesty where it is safe and meaningful. Fragility shares impulsively, seeking relief. Vulnerability shares deliberately, grounded in self-awareness. The Stoics valued discernment. They did not open themselves indiscriminately. They chose when to speak, when to remain silent, and when to withdraw. This choice preserved dignity without shutting down. Vulnerability also requires boundaries. Without boundaries, openness becomes draining. You absorb others' emotions. You overextend. You lose yourself. With boundaries, vulnerability becomes strength. You can be present without being consumed. Another paradox appears in conflict. Vulnerability allows you to say, "This affected me," without accusation. Fragility turns that into blame or collapse. The difference is inner stability. When you are stable, you don't need the other person to fix your feelings. You simply express truth. This often de-escalates tension. People feel less attacked when you speak from experience instead of defense. Vulnerability invites understanding. Fragility invites rescue or conflict. The Stoics practiced this through ownership. They spoke from I instead of you. They described their internal state without demanding change from others. This kept their inner world sovereign. Vulnerability also deepens resilience. When you allow yourself to feel, you process experiences fully. When you avoid feeling, experiences remain unfinished. Unfinished emotion resurfaces later, often stronger. Vulnerability completes the emotional cycle. Fragility interrupts it. This is why vulnerability actually makes you harder to break over time. You are not storing unprocessed pain. You are letting it move through you. Another powerful aspect of vulnerability without fragility is authenticity. When you stop pretending to be unaffected, energy returns. Pretending is exhausting. Authenticity simplifies life. You don't have to remember who you were being. You just are. The Stoics believed simplicity strengthens the mind. When inner and outer align, tension decreases. You don't fear exposure because there is nothing to protect. You are not hiding behind an image. This does not mean being emotionally raw all the time. It means being honest with yourself first. Acknowledging what you feel internally allows you to choose how and when to express it externally. Vulnerability also changes how you receive others. When you are not fragile, you don't take others' emotions personally. You can witness pain without absorbing it. You can listen without fixing. You can support without losing balance. This creates deeper relationships. People feel seen, not managed, heard, not judged. Vulnerability becomes a bridge, not a burden. The Stoics understood that life involves loss, change, and uncertainty. Closing yourself off does not prevent these. It only prevents meaning. Vulnerability allows meaning to form, even in difficulty. As this understanding settles, fear of feeling diminishes. You stop bracing against emotion. You stop preparing for collapse. You trust your capacity to experience life as it is. And from that trust, a new form of strength emerges. Not loud, not rigid, quiet and flexible. A strength that bends without breaking. This prepares you for the next realization. Because once you are no longer afraid of being open, you begin to see how often suffering comes from clinging to stories about who you should be. And releasing those stories is where a deeper freedom begins. As vulnerability becomes safer and inner strength no longer depends on armor, another pattern quietly comes into view. One that often feels justified, even protective. A story the mind tells not to weaken you, but to explain pain. And yet, over time, it does the opposite. This is the victim narrative. It doesn't announce itself loudly. It forms slowly, through repetition. This happened to me. I didn't deserve that. People always do this. At first, these thoughts feel honest, and sometimes they are. Harm happens. Injustice is real. Acknowledging pain is necessary, but when pain becomes the center of identity, something subtle is lost. Inner power begins to erode. The victim narrative is not about feeling hurt. It is about organizing your sense of self around what hurt you. When this happens, the past gains authority over the present. Decisions are filtered through injury. Reactions are shaped by memory. You are no longer responding to what is happening now, but to what once happened. The Stoics warned against this not because they denied suffering, but because they saw how easily pain can become a role. And roles, once adopted, resist change. If you are the one who was wronged, then letting go can feel like betrayal of yourself, of what you endured. The mind fears that releasing the story means saying it didn't matter. But letting go does not erase meaning. It restores agency. Victim narratives often begin as explanations. The mind tries to make sense of pain. It looks for cause, for reason, for fairness. But over time, explanation turns into repetition. Repetition turns into belief, and belief turns into limitation. You start to expect harm. You stay alert. You scan for threat. Neutral actions are interpreted through the lens of past injury. The world feels hostile, not because it is, but because the mind is protecting a story. This protection is costly. One cost is emotional exhaustion. Carrying a narrative requires energy. It needs to be maintained, defended, reinforced. The mind revisits old scenes to keep the story alive. It collects evidence. It compares. It reminds. All of this keeps the nervous system activated. Rest becomes difficult because vigilance feels necessary. Another cost is choice. When you see yourself primarily as a victim, options shrink. Responsibility feels unfair. Initiative feels risky. The mind says, "Why should I try again?" Or, "What's the point?" This is not laziness. It is learned helplessness, and it quietly limits growth. The Stoics believed power lies in response, not in what happened. You cannot control the initial event, but you can control what you build around it. When identity is rooted in injury, power is outsourced to the past. When identity is rooted in character, power returns to the present. Victim narratives also affect relationships. They create distance. Others are seen as potential threats, not collaborators. Trust becomes conditional. Vulnerability feels dangerous. Even kindness can feel suspicious. The mind is always checking for signs that the story is still true. This does not protect you. It isolates you. Another subtle effect is moral superiority. Being wronged can create a sense of righteousness. I am right because I was hurt. This feels stabilizing, but it traps you. Growth requires humility. Victim narratives resist humility because humility threatens the story. The Stoics practiced dignity without grievance. They believed you could acknowledge harm without letting it define you. You could remember without reliving. Learn without identifying. Letting go of the victim narrative does not mean denying injustice. It means refusing to let injustice decide who you become. A powerful shift happens when you ask, "Who am I beyond what happened to me?" This question reopens identity. It reminds you that you are not a single chapter. You are a living process. Another helpful question is, how does holding this story serve me now? Often the honest answer is, it doesn't. It once protected you. It once made sense. But now it keeps you stuck. Recognizing this is not self-blame. It is self-respect. The Stoics believed that suffering becomes optional when it is no longer fed by identity. Pain may still arise. Sadness may still visit. But without the narrative, these experiences pass through instead of taking residence. You begin to shift from "this happened to me" to "this happened and I am still here." That sentence alone restores power. It places you back in the present, where action is possible. Another important distinction is between accountability and ownership. You can acknowledge responsibility without carrying blame. You can learn from harm without building a home inside it. Victim narratives confuse learning with loyalty to pain. Releasing the narrative does not make you naive. It makes you flexible. You stop predicting harm everywhere. You stop preemptively withdrawing. You meet situations as they are, not as echoes of the past. This also changes how you see others. When you are no longer defined by injury, you don't need to see the world as hostile to justify your pain. Compassion becomes possible again, for yourself, for others. Inner power returns quietly. You feel less reactive, less defensive, less stuck, not because life has been fair, but because you are no longer asking the past for permission to live fully now. The Stoics trusted this kind of strength. It was not loud or dramatic. It was steady, rooted, free from the need to prove suffering. And as the victim narrative loosens, another pattern becomes visible. You start to notice how often the mind keeps pain alive through repetition, through replay, through rumination, and understanding that habit reveals the next step in letting go, how replaying events strengthens suffering instead of resolving it. As the grip of the victim narrative loosens, something else becomes easier to notice. The story may fade, but the mind still circles. It revisits moments, replays words, reconstructs scenes that are already over. And even without strong emotion at first, the body slowly tightens again. This is how suffering quietly renews itself. This is rumination. Rumination is not thinking, it is repetition without progress. It is the mind moving in circles, not toward insight, but toward familiarity. It feels like problem solving, but it rarely solves anything. Instead, it creates an emotional echo chamber where the same thoughts bounce back louder each time. The Stoics understood that the mind often mistakes repetition for understanding. It believes that if it keeps turning something over, clarity will appear. But most rumination does not produce clarity. It produces intensity. Each replay strengthens the emotional charge attached to the memory. This happens because the nervous system responds to imagined experience as if it were real. When you replay an argument, your body reacts again. When you relive a mistake, shame rises again. When you revisit a loss, grief tightens again. The event may be gone, but the body doesn't know that. It only knows what it is being shown. Rumination keeps pain alive by keeping it present. Another reason rumination is so powerful is that it feels justified. The mind tells itself, I need to understand this, or I can't let this go until it makes sense. But many things in life never fully make sense. Waiting for perfect understanding delays peace indefinitely. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when to stop thinking. They valued discernment over obsession. They knew that insight comes from reflection, not from endless replay. Reflection asks new questions. Rumination repeats old answers. You can tell the difference by how you feel afterward. Reflection leaves you clearer. Rumination leaves you heavier. Reflection creates space. Rumination creates tension. If thinking makes you feel smaller, not wiser, it is likely rumination. Another trap of rumination is self-criticism. The mind revisits past actions and judges them using present awareness. I should have known. I should have said something. This hindsight punishment feels responsible, but it is unfair. You are judging a past version of yourself without considering context, emotional state, or available information at the time. This constant self-attack erodes confidence. Over time, you stop trusting yourself because every memory becomes evidence against you. Rumination also narrows perception. When the mind fixates on one event, it ignores everything else. The present moment fades. Opportunities go unnoticed. Positive experiences lose their impact. Life shrinks to a single loop. The Stoics practiced breaking this loop through attention, not by forcing thoughts away, but by redirecting focus to what is real now. The body, the breath, the task at hand. This grounds the nervous system and weakens the habit of replay. Another effective shift is noticing when rumination begins. Often it starts with a familiar phrase. Why did I? Or, what if I had? These questions rarely lead anywhere new. When you catch them, gently interrupt. Not with judgment, but with choice. Choose presence over replay. Rumination also feeds on isolation. The more alone you feel with a thought, the louder it becomes. Connection, movement, and engagement help interrupt the echo chamber. Not as distractions, but as reminders that life is larger than one moment. The Stoics believed that action is a powerful antidote to mental looping. When you act according to your values, attention shifts outward. The mind has less room to circle inward. Action does not erase pain, but it prevents it from becoming everything. Another realization comes when you see that rumination often tries to protect identity. It keeps you aligned with who you were. Letting go of rumination means allowing yourself to move forward, even if the past feels unfinished. This can feel disloyal to your pain, but pain does not require loyalty. It requires understanding and release. Over time, as rumination weakens, emotional echoes fade. Thoughts still arise, but they don't bounce endlessly. They pass through more quickly. Silence becomes easier to tolerate. The mind feels less crowded. This quiet does not mean avoidance. It means resolution at a deeper level. The nervous system finally receives the message that the threat is over. The body relaxes, sleep improves, energy returns, and as the echo chamber clears, another pattern becomes visible. You start to notice that suffering increases not when emotions appear, but when you resist them. This resistance fuels the loop. Understanding that resistance strengthens pain leads to the next Stoic insight. Why what you fight internally tends to grow stronger, not weaker. As the echo chamber of rumination quiets, one final pattern becomes impossible to ignore. You notice that the moments that hurt the longest were not always the most intense. They were the ones you fought, the ones you tried to push away, suppress, fix, or escape. And slowly, a difficult truth becomes clear. Resistance is not protection. It is amplification. Mental pain intensifies not because it appears, but because it is opposed. The moment you tell yourself, "This shouldn't be here," tension doubles, the mind tightens, the body braces, the feeling, which might have passed on its own, now meets a wall. And when emotion meets resistance, it doesn't disappear. It presses harder. The Stoics understood this deeply. They saw that suffering grows when reality is argued with internally, not because reality is cruel, but because the argument never ends. You cannot win against what already exists. The fight drains energy and leaves pain behind. Resistance often sounds like strength. I won't feel this. I can't allow this. I need to get over this. These phrases feel active, decisive, but the nervous system hears them as danger. It assumes the feeling is threatening if it must be fought, so it increases alertness. increases tension, increases pain. This is why suppression fails. When you push emotions down, they don't vanish. They go underground. They wait. They resurface later, often stronger and less manageable. Suppressed sadness becomes numbness. Suppressed anger becomes irritation. Suppressed fear becomes anxiety. Resistance doesn't remove emotion. It changes its shape. Another form of resistance is analysis. Trying to think your way out of feeling. Asking, why is this happening again and again? Looking for a reason that will finally make it stop. But emotion does not respond to logic when it is resisted. It responds to allowance. The Stoics practiced acceptance not as surrender, but as strategy. They knew that allowing a feeling to exist does not mean agreeing with it. It means removing the internal opposition that keeps it alive. There is a difference between pain and suffering. Pain is the initial sensation. Suffering is the added layer of resistance. This is unbearable. This means something is wrong. I can't live like this. These thoughts turn pain into identity. They make it feel endless. When resistance drops, pain loses momentum. This is especially true with fear. Fear feeds on avoidance. The more you resist fear, the more convincing it becomes. Avoidance teaches the nervous system that fear is justified. Acceptance teaches it that fear can be felt without catastrophe. The same applies to sadness. When you resist sadness, it turns into heaviness. When you allow it, it often softens into quiet reflection. Grief that is allowed moves. Grief that is resisted stagnates. Resistance also creates self-judgment. I shouldn't still feel this. What's wrong with me? These thoughts add shame to pain. Now you are not only hurting, you are blaming yourself for hurting. This doubles the burden. The Stoics believed that feelings are not moral failures, they are natural responses. Judging them only deepens conflict. When you stop judging what you feel, you stop fighting yourself. Another subtle form of resistance is urgency, the need to feel better now, the demand for immediate relief. This urgency creates pressure. Pressure signals danger. The body tightens. Relief moves further away. Letting go of urgency allows the system to regulate at its own pace. Healing rarely happens on command. It happens when conditions are safe enough. Safety is created through acceptance. Acceptance does not mean passivity. It means honesty. This is here right now. That statement alone relaxes the nervous system. It removes the fight. It allows sensation to complete its cycle. You may notice that when you stop resisting, emotions rise more clearly at first. This can feel scary, but what you are feeling is not intensification. It is clarity. The emotion was already there. You are just no longer pushing it away. And clarity allows release. Another important realization is that resistance often comes from fear of being overwhelmed. You worry that if you allow the feeling, it will consume you. But this fear is rarely accurate. Emotions have limits. They peak, they fall, they pass when not fed by story or resistance. The Stoics trusted this natural rhythm. They knew the mind could endure more than it feared. They allowed feelings to move without interference. As you practice non-resistance, something changes in your relationship with pain. It becomes less threatening, less personal, less permanent. You feel it, but you are not defined by it. This does not mean pain disappears from life. It means it no longer dominates it. You begin to experience discomfort without panic, sadness without collapse, fear without paralysis. The inner world becomes more fluid, more forgiving. And with this fluidity, a deeper calm appears. Not the calm of avoidance, but the calm of trust. Trust that you can feel without breaking. Trust that nothing inside you needs to be fought. This calm prepares you for the next and final shift, because once resistance ends, you begin to see that peace was never something to achieve. It was something that emerged naturally when the inner war stopped. As resistance fades and the inner struggle quiets, awareness sharpens. You start to see something that once operated automatically, something so fast and familiar it felt invisible. The way the mind takes ordinary moments and turns them inward. How a neutral event suddenly feels personal, targeted, loaded with meaning. This is one of the mind's most practiced habits. A message goes unanswered. A tone sounds flat. Someone cancels plans. A look feels distant. Nothing explicit happens. No accusation. No insult. And yet, inside, something tightens. The mind fills the silence with a conclusion. This is about me. This is how neutral events become personal attacks. The Stoics understood that the mind is a meaning-making machine. It does not like ambiguity. When something is unclear, it rushes to explain it. And the quickest explanation is often the most familiar one. I'm being ignored. I did something wrong. They don't respect me. These thoughts feel instinctive, but they are learned interpretations, not facts. The problem is not perception. It is personalization. Personalization is the habit of placing yourself at the center of events that have many possible causes. When someone is quiet, the mind assumes rejection. When plans change, the mind assumes disrespect. When feedback is vague, the mind assumes criticism. The event itself is neutral, the interpretation is not. This habit often comes from early experiences. When attention felt uncertain, the mind learned to monitor for signs of withdrawal. When approval felt conditional, the mind learned to scan for disapproval. Over time, this scanning became automatic. Neutral cues began to feel threatening. The Stoics would say this is the mind mistaking uncertainty for danger. Another reason personalization feels convincing is emotional memory. The body remembers past pain and reacts preemptively. It tries to protect you by assuming the worst early, but protection through assumption creates suffering in advance. You feel hurt before anything has actually happened. Personalization also feeds the ego in a subtle way. It assumes centrality, that others' actions revolve around you, that silence is intentional, that behavior is symbolic. In reality, most people are absorbed in their own inner world. Their actions often have little to do with you at all, but the mind prefers a painful explanation over no explanation. This is where suffering multiplies. Instead of dealing with what happened, you deal with what you think it means. You react to a story, not to reality. And because the story feels personal, the emotional charge increases. The Stoics practiced interrupting this habit by asking simple questions. What evidence do I have? What else could this mean? These questions reopen the interpretation gap. They slow the rush to personalize. Often, alternative explanations appear immediately. The person was busy, distracted, tired, unaware. None of these threaten your worth. Another powerful shift happens when you stop measuring yourself through others' behavior. When your sense of value is internal, neutral events stay neutral. They don't gain emotional weight because they are no longer used as mirrors. Personalization also thrives on mind reading, assuming you know what others think or feel without asking. This habit creates imaginary conversations that feel real. You respond emotionally to something that was never said. The body reacts as if it were. The Stoics believed clarity requires humility. The humility to admit you don't know what others mean unless they tell you. This humility reduces suffering because it removes unnecessary conclusions. Another subtle form of personalization is future projection. A small event is treated as a sign of what's to come. If this happened, then that will happen. This turns one moment into a prediction. The nervous system reacts to the imagined future instead of the present. Letting go here means returning to what is actually happening. Right now, not what might be happening in someone else's mind, not what this could mean later, just what is. This does not mean ignoring patterns or avoiding necessary conversations. It means not convicting yourself in the absence of evidence. You can seek clarity without assuming guilt. The Stoics valued directness. If something matters, address it calmly. If it doesn't, let it pass. Most suffering comes from carrying unspoken assumptions instead of simple questions. Another important realization is that personalization often hides insecurity. When you doubt your own worth, everything feels like a test. Neutral events feel like evaluations. Letting go of personalization requires strengthening self-trust. Trust that you are okay even without constant confirmation. This trust grows as you stop using others' behavior as feedback about your value. You begin to evaluate yourself by your actions, your intentions, your integrity. These are within your control. Others' moods are not. As personalization fades, emotional reactivity drops. You stop bracing for rejection everywhere. Conversations feel lighter. Silence feels less threatening. You give people space without filling it with fear. This does not make you indifferent. It makes you accurate. You respond to what is said, not what is imagined. You deal with facts, not projections. You conserve energy by not fighting battles that were never real. And something unexpected happens. When you stop taking neutral events personally, truly personal moments stand out more clearly. Real connection feels deeper. Real conflict becomes easier to address. You are no longer numb. You are discerning. The Stoics knew that peace does not come from controlling how others behave. It comes from mastering how you interpret what happens. When you stop turning neutral moments into personal attacks, the world feels less hostile. Not because it changed, but because you are no longer adding unnecessary weight to every interaction. This is not emotional armor. It is emotional clarity. And from this clarity, the final layer of letting go becomes possible. Because once the mind stops assuming it is under attack, it becomes capable of something rare and powerful, meeting life as it is, without defense, without distortion, and without fear. As the mind stops turning neutral moments into personal attacks, something important becomes possible. You start noticing triggers before they explode, noticing the first spark instead of the fire. This is where most people feel powerless and say, "I can't help it, I'm just triggered." But the Stoics would disagree, not because triggers aren't real, but because they can be neutralized before they take over. A trigger is not an event. It is a learned reaction. At some point in the past, something hurt. The body remembers. The mind remembers. Now, when a similar tone, situation, or pattern appears, the nervous system reacts instantly. The reaction feels automatic because it happens fast. But speed does not mean inevitability. The Stoic method begins with recognition, not resistance. Most people try to stop triggers by avoiding them or suppressing reactions. This fails because avoidance teaches the nervous system that the trigger is dangerous. Suppression teaches it that the emotion is unacceptable. Both make the trigger stronger. The Stoics did the opposite. They stayed present. The first step is catching the physical signal. Before thoughts spiral, the body always speaks. A tight chest, a heat in the face, a sudden drop in the stomach. This is the earliest warning system. If you wait until the story starts, the trigger has already gained momentum. Stoic practice trains attention to the body first, not the narrative. When you feel the physical signal, you pause, not to analyze, not to judge, just to notice. This pause interrupts the automatic chain. It creates a small window where choice exists. The second step is naming without blaming. Instead of "I'm being attacked" or "this always happens," you say something neutral and factual. Something has been activated. That familiar reaction is here. This language matters. It prevents escalation. You are not validating the trigger's story. You are acknowledging the sensation. The Stoics believed clarity dissolves intensity. The third step is separating past from present. Triggers are rarely about what is happening now. They are echoes. The nervous system reacts as if the past is repeating itself. The Stoic response is simple but powerful. This feels familiar, but it is not the same situation. You don't need to convince yourself. You don't need proof. You are reminding the body that time has moved forward. This alone reduces threat perception. The fourth step is reclaiming agency. Ask a grounded question. What is actually required of me in this moment? Not, how do I stop feeling this? Not, why am I like this? But what action, if any, is needed now? Often the answer is nothing. No response, no defense, no explanation, just presence. Triggers lose power when they are not rewarded with reaction. Another key Stoic insight is this. Not every trigger needs resolution. Some only need space to burn out. When you stop feeding them attention, they weaken naturally. The mind often believes it must do something with emotion. The Stoics understood that restraint is also an action, a powerful one. Another important part of neutralizing triggers is reducing identification. Instead of "I am triggered," think "a trigger is happening." This subtle shift creates distance. You are no longer inside the reaction. You are observing it. Observation changes the nervous system. The Stoics trained themselves to watch emotions like weather patterns. They didn't argue with storms. They waited. They adjusted behavior, not reality. Triggers, when watched calmly, peak and fall faster than expected. Triggers also lose power when you stop treating them as enemies. Fighting them creates friction. Curiosity softens them. Ask, what is this trying to protect? Often, triggers guard old wounds, not present dangers. Seeing this brings compassion instead of panic. Another part of the Stoic method is reducing unnecessary exposure. This is not avoidance, it is discernment. You don't repeatedly touch a hot stove to prove resilience. You learn where your limits are and respect them while you build strength. Over time, triggers change. What once felt explosive becomes manageable. What once hijacked you becomes noticeable and passable, not because you became numb, but because you became skilled. This skill grows through repetition. Each time you pause instead of react, the nervous system learns. Each time you respond instead of explode, the pathway weakens. Triggers are not removed overnight. They are untrained. The Stoics believed mastery is quiet. No dramatic victories, Just fewer reactions, shorter episodes, faster recovery. One day, you realize something that used to ruin your mood barely registers.
That is freedom.
And with that freedom, a deeper shift occurs. Once triggers no longer control you, you begin to see how much energy you used to spend bracing for impact. That energy becomes available for something else: clarity, focus, and intention. This leads naturally to the next insight. Because when emotional triggers lose their grip, you start noticing the role habits play in shaping your inner life. And understanding emotional habits is the next step in learning how lasting calm is built, not forced. As emotional triggers lose their grip, a deeper pattern comes into focus. You begin to notice that some reactions don't feel intense anymore, just familiar. They show up the same way, in the same situations, with the same inner script. And that realization brings clarity. Many emotional reactions are no longer responses. They are habits. Habits are not chosen each time. They are repeated until they feel automatic. At some point, a reaction made sense. Anger protected you. Withdrawal kept you safe. People-pleasing avoided conflict. Overthinking created the illusion of control. These reactions solved a problem once. The mind remembers that. It stores the response as a shortcut. And the next time a similar situation appears, the habit activates before awareness catches up. This is why emotional reactions feel inevitable. They are practiced. The Stoics understood that the mind follows paths of least resistance. Whatever reaction you repeat becomes easier. Whatever you reinforce becomes familiar. Over time, the nervous system stops asking questions. It assumes, it reacts, it runs the program. This is not a personal failure, it is conditioning. Emotional habits form through repetition paired with relief. You react and the tension drops, temporarily. The mind associates the reaction with safety. Even if the long-term cost is high, the short-term relief is enough to reinforce the pattern. This is how habits persist even when they hurt you. Another reason emotional reactions become habits is identity. You start to think, this is just how I am. I'm an anxious person. I get angry easily. I shut down. When a reaction becomes part of identity, questioning it feels threatening. The habit is no longer just behavior. It's who you think you are. The Stoics challenged this belief gently but firmly. They believed character is shaped by practice, not fate. If something is practiced, it can be unpracticed. Habits also thrive on speed. The faster the reaction, the less likely you are to interrupt it. This is why awareness is the first step to change. You cannot alter a pattern you don't see. Once you notice the moment a reaction starts, the habit has already lost some power. Another important realization is that habits are not emotional. They are procedural. The emotion feels strong, but the sequence is mechanical. Trigger appears, thought follows, body reacts, behavior repeats. Seeing the sequence turns chaos into structure, and structure can be changed. The Stoics focused on the moment before action, not to suppress emotion, but to choose response. They knew that habits are weakened not by force, but by interruption. Each time you pause instead of react, you create a new pathway. At first, the pause feels uncomfortable. The habit expects completion. It wants to finish the loop. When it doesn't, the nervous system feels uncertain. This discomfort is not a sign of failure. It is the habit weakening. Another key insight is that emotional habits often operate below conscious intention. You may genuinely want to respond differently, but the habit moves first. This is why self-blame is unhelpful. Blame reinforces identity. Awareness creates change. The Stoics practiced replacing reactions with principles. Instead of asking, "How do I feel?" they asked, "How do I want to act?" This shifts focus from habit to value. Values do not react, they guide. For example, instead of reacting with anger, you choose patience. Instead of withdrawing, you choose presence. Instead of over-explaining, you choose silence. These choices feel unnatural at first because they are new. But repetition builds familiarity, and familiarity becomes habit. Another important factor is environment. Habits are reinforced by surroundings. Certain people, places, and routines trigger the same emotional responses. Changing your inner habits sometimes requires adjusting external patterns, not to escape life, but to support growth. The Stoics were practical about this. They avoided unnecessary provocation. They chose simplicity. They reduced exposure to what stirred the mind. This was not weakness, it was wisdom. Emotional habits also weaken when you change how you speak internally. Language reinforces habit. If you keep saying, "I always react this way," the mind accepts it as truth. If you say, "This is a habit I'm noticing," the mind opens to change. Words either lock patterns in or loosen them. Another powerful shift happens when you stop expecting immediate change. Habits do not disappear because you understand them. They fade through repetition of new behavior. Small changes matter. Shorter reactions, less intensity, faster recovery. These are signs of progress. The Stoics trusted gradual change. They did not demand perfection. They valued consistency. Each moment of awareness counts. Each choice not to react strengthens a new pathway. Over time, emotional habits lose their grip. The reaction still appears, but it doesn't complete. The urge rises, but you don't follow. The pattern weakens because it is no longer rewarded. This creates a sense of inner space. You are no longer pulled so quickly. You feel choice where there was once compulsion. This is not emotional control. It is emotional freedom. And with this freedom, another realization emerges. If reactions can become habits, then calm can too. Peace is not a personality trait. It is a practiced state. And understanding how habits form prepares you to build something new. Because once old emotional habits loosen, the mind becomes receptive to a deeper shift. You start to notice how certain beliefs quietly shape these habits in the first place. And examining those beliefs leads to the next layer of Stoic insight. How moral judgments and ideas about deserved suffering keep emotional patterns alive longer than they need to be. As emotional habits begin to loosen, another belief quietly comes into question. One that hides behind morality, responsibility, and self-awareness. A belief that sounds mature, even noble, and yet it keeps pain alive long after it has served any purpose. The belief that suffering is deserved. This idea rarely appears directly. It whispers instead. This is what I get. I brought this on myself. I shouldn't feel better yet. I need to pay for what I did. These thoughts don't sound cruel at first. They sound fair. But fairness applied inward without mercy becomes punishment. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that responsibility and self-torture are not the same thing. Learning from pain does not require living inside it. The illusion of deserved suffering forms when the mind confuses accountability with penance. You make a mistake. You feel guilt. Guilt signals awareness. That part is healthy. But then the mind takes it further. It decides that feeling bad longer makes you better. That relief would be dishonest. That peace must be earned through pain. This is where suffering stops teaching and starts lingering. Deserved suffering keeps the nervous system in a state of tension. The body never fully relaxes because it believes it is still under sentence. Even when circumstances improve, the mind refuses relief. It says, "Not yet." This creates a strange inner conflict. Life moves forward, but you hold yourself back. The Stoics believed punishment without purpose is cruelty, even when self-inflicted. Another reason this illusion persists is fear of repetition. The mind believes that if it keeps the pain alive, it will prevent future mistakes. It treats suffering as a warning label. But pain is not the same as wisdom. Wisdom comes from understanding, not prolonged discomfort. Once a lesson is learned, continued suffering adds nothing. Deserved suffering also strengthens identity in subtle ways. I am the one who messed up. I am the one who failed. These identities feel honest, but they lock you into the past. Growth requires movement. Identity rooted in punishment resists change. The Stoics practiced separating action from self-worth. You can acknowledge an error without defining yourself by it. You can correct behavior without condemning the person. When this distinction is lost, suffering becomes moralized. Another hidden cost of deserved suffering is that it blocks compassion, not just toward yourself, but toward others. When you believe pain is earned, you begin to see the world that way. You judge, you compare, you weigh worthiness. This creates hardness, not strength. The Stoics believed life is not a courtroom handing out sentences. It is a field where experience teaches, sometimes gently, sometimes harshly. But the teaching ends when the lesson is integrated. There is also pride hidden in deserved suffering, a quiet pride. I won't let myself off the hook. This can feel like integrity, but it often masks fear of forgiveness. Forgiving yourself feels like erasing the past, but forgiveness does not erase memory. It releases attachment to punishment. Another important realization is that the idea of deserved suffering assumes control over outcomes you never had. You judge yourself as if you could have acted with perfect clarity in the past. This is hindsight arrogance, not responsibility. You did the best you could with the awareness you had at the time. The Stoics practiced humility toward the past. They did not excuse mistakes, but they refused to judge yesterday with today's insight. Growth creates a gap between who you were and who you are. That gap is evidence of learning, not proof of guilt. Letting go of deserved suffering begins with a simple question. What is the purpose of continuing to feel this way? If the answer is punishment, pause. Punishment does not improve character. Understanding does. Another helpful question is, if someone I loved made this mistake, would I want them to suffer this long? Often, the answer is no. This reveals a double standard. You offer others compassion, but deny it to yourself. The Stoics believed consistency of character includes how you treat yourself. When deserved suffering loosens, relief may feel uncomfortable at first. The mind may protest. It may say you're avoiding responsibility. But responsibility shows up in changed behavior, not continued pain. This shift does not make you careless. It makes you available to grow, to act differently, to engage without dragging old weight behind you. You begin to replace punishment with repair. Instead of suffering, you correct. Instead of dwelling, you rebuild. This is how character strengthens. As this belief dissolves, emotional energy returns. You stop carrying guilt that no longer serves a purpose. You stop proving your worth through pain. You allow yourself to feel peace without shame. And something important becomes clear. Peace is not a reward for suffering. It is a condition for wisdom. A calm mind sees clearly. A punished mind stays stuck. The Stoics understood that freedom comes not from paying for the past, but from living well in the present. Once the lesson is learned, suffering has no authority left. And as this authority fades, another pattern reveals itself. You begin to notice how often emotional pain is prolonged, not by guilt, but by the need to defend a moral story about yourself. Seeing through that story leads naturally to the next layer of letting go. How silence, restraint, and not reacting can become a powerful form of inner strength. As the belief in deserved suffering loosens, a quieter strength begins to appear. One that does not argue, one that does not explain, one that does not rush to justify itself. This strength often feels unfamiliar because it goes against everything you were taught about standing up for yourself. It is silence, not the silence of avoidance or fear, but the silence of inner stability. Most people speak quickly when something touches a nerve. They defend, clarify, correct, prove. Words rush out not because they are needed, but because the mind feels threatened. Silence in those moments feels dangerous, as if not responding means losing ground. But the Stoics understood something most people never learn. Silence, when chosen consciously, is not weakness. It is restraint, and restraint is power. Silence becomes strength when it is no longer driven by fear. When you are calm inside, you don't need to fill every gap. You don't need to answer every comment. You don't need to correct every misunderstanding. You can let words pass without chasing them. This is not indifference. It is confidence without performance. Inner strength shows up as the ability to pause. Most conflicts escalate not because of what is said, but because of how quickly it is answered. A reaction invites another reaction. Tone sharpens. Positions harden. Silence breaks the chain. It creates space where tension would otherwise grow. The Stoics practiced silence as a form of self-governance. They believed not every impulse deserved expression. Not every thought deserved a voice. When you speak from impulse, you give your inner world away. When you pause, you keep authority. Another reason silence feels powerful is that it removes fuel. Many provocations survive on reaction. They feed on attention, explanation, defense. When you remain silent, the provocation has nowhere to land. It collapses under its own weight. This does not mean you never speak. It means you speak intentionally. Silence also protects clarity. When emotions are stirred, words often distort truth. You say things you don't fully mean. You explain too much. You reveal more than necessary. Silence gives emotions time to settle so that when you do speak, your words are precise instead of reactive. The Stoics valued this timing deeply. They believed a delayed response was often wiser than a clever one. Waiting allowed the mind to return to balance. Balance produced better action. Another layer of strength appears when silence replaces self-defense. When you no longer feel the need to protect your image, you can let others believe what they believe. You don't rush to manage perception. You trust that truth does not require constant reinforcement. This trust is liberating. Silence also strengthens boundaries. Instead of explaining why something is unacceptable, you stop engaging. Instead of arguing with disrespect, you withdraw attention. This communicates more clearly than words ever could. It says, "I do not participate in this." The Stoics understood that attention is currency. Where you place it gives something power. Silence withdraws that currency. It starves what does not deserve energy. There is also deep inner strength in remaining silent with yourself, not immediately explaining every feeling, not labeling every experience, allowing moments to pass without commentary. This internal silence reduces mental noise. It creates space for insight to arise naturally. Many people are uncomfortable with silence because it removes distraction. In silence, you feel what is there. But when you no longer fear inner experience, silence becomes restful instead of threatening. Silence is also an act of humility. It acknowledges that you don't always need to have the last word, that you don't always know, that not every moment requires control. This humility softens the ego and reduces inner conflict. The Stoics believed humility was not lowering yourself. It was releasing unnecessary struggle. Another important distinction is that silence is not avoidance. Avoidance runs away from discomfort. Silence stays present without escalating. You are still there. You are just not feeding the fire. This is especially powerful in emotional situations. When someone is angry, silence allows their emotion to complete itself. When you respond with calm, you don't absorb their energy. You don't mirror it. You stay grounded. This grounded presence often de-escalates tension more effectively than explanation or defense. Silence also builds patience. You learn to tolerate not knowing how things will turn out. You stop forcing closure. You allow time to do its work. Many problems resolve themselves when not constantly interfered with. The Stoics trusted time because they trusted reality more than impulse. As you practice silence, you begin to notice how often speech was used to relieve your own discomfort rather than to improve a situation. This awareness refines communication. When you do speak, your words carry more weight because they are fewer and more intentional. Silence sharpens discernment. You no longer react to every invitation. You choose. You listen more. You speak less. And in that quiet, you feel stronger, not smaller. This strength does not come from dominance. It comes from self-possession. You are no longer leaking energy through constant explanation, defense, or reaction. You conserve it, you direct it, you keep it. And as silence becomes comfortable, another insight appears. You realize that much of your suffering came not from what others did, but from how quickly you felt compelled to respond. When that compulsion fades, peace becomes easier to access. This prepares the way for the next lesson. Because once silence becomes a source of strength, you begin to see how endurance itself, especially emotional endurance, is more powerful than force. And understanding that endurance reshapes how you relate to hardship, challenge, and resilience itself. As silence becomes a place of strength rather than absence, something deeper settles in. You notice that you are not collapsing the way you once feared you would. Feelings come and go, situations rise and fall, and you remain. This is where a quiet truth reveals itself, one that modern life often overlooks. Emotional endurance lasts longer than physical strength ever will. Physical strength is visible, it is measured, it peaks and declines. Time eventually takes it. Emotional endurance is different. It grows in places no one sees. It deepens through experience. And unlike muscle, it does not disappear with age. In many ways, it matures. The Stoics understood this well. They knew that the body has limits, but the mind, when trained, can carry far more than people expect. Emotional endurance is not about toughness. It is about capacity. The capacity to feel without breaking, to stay present without escaping, to keep integrity intact under pressure. Most people try to avoid discomfort because they believe it will overwhelm them. They assume that if something hurts emotionally, it will damage them. But endurance is built by staying with discomfort long enough to see that it does not destroy you. It moves, it shifts, it passes. This realization changes how you approach hardship. Physical strength works through resistance. You push against weight, you strain, you exhaust the muscle. Emotional endurance works through allowance. You allow the feeling to be there without turning it into a crisis. You don't brace, you don't harden, you stay open. That openness is what allows endurance to form. Another reason emotional endurance outlasts physical strength is that it adapts. When you endure emotionally, you don't just survive, you integrate. Each experience expands your capacity. You become less startled by intensity, less afraid of feeling deeply. Life stops feeling like a constant threat. Physical strength often depends on conditions: rest, nutrition, youth. Emotional endurance depends on relationship. Your relationship with thought, with feeling, with uncertainty. These relationships can improve over time. The Stoics practiced this by deliberately facing discomfort without dramatizing it. They didn't seek pain, but they didn't flee it either. They knew that avoiding every challenge weakens the inner world. Endurance comes from engagement, not escape. Another powerful aspect of emotional endurance is recovery. Physical strength can fail suddenly. Injury can end it. Emotional endurance bends. It may strain, but it rarely snaps. You may feel shaken, but you recover faster. You don't stay down as long because you don't interpret pain as defeat. This resilience changes your self-image. You stop seeing yourself as fragile, not because nothing hurts, but because you know you can feel and continue. That knowledge is grounding. Emotional endurance also protects decision-making. When you can tolerate discomfort, you don't rush choices to escape feeling. You don't settle, quit, or react just to relieve tension. You allow clarity to arrive. This leads to better outcomes, not just calmer ones. Another reason emotional endurance lasts is that it is transferable. Once you build it in one area, grief, fear, disappointment, it applies elsewhere. You don't start from zero each time. The nervous system remembers, I've been here before, I survived. Physical strength is specific. Emotional endurance is general. The Stoics valued this deeply because they knew life would test you in ways you couldn't predict. You could lose strength, status, resources, but emotional endurance would remain. It was the one asset that could not be taken unless you gave it away. This endurance is not loud. It doesn't announce itself. It shows up as steadiness, as patience, as the ability to stay kind under stress, as the refusal to become bitter. These qualities last longer than any physical display of power. Another subtle strength of emotional endurance is humility. When you endure without dramatizing, you stop needing to prove anything. You don't measure yourself by how unbothered you look. You measure yourself by how honestly you meet experience. This honesty keeps you flexible. You don't deny pain. You don't inflate it. You let it be what it is. This balance prevents emotional burnout. The Stoics believed endurance was not about tolerating everything indefinitely. It was about knowing what you can carry and when to rest. Emotional endurance includes discernment. You don't force yourself through unnecessary suffering. You choose wisely. As this endurance develops, fear of future hardship diminishes. Not because you believe nothing bad will happen, but because you trust your ability to handle it. This trust creates calm even in uncertainty. You stop asking, "What if I can't handle this?" and start knowing, "I'll meet it when it comes." This shift is profound. It frees energy. It reduces anxiety. It allows you to live more fully now because you are no longer constantly preparing for collapse. Emotional endurance also deepens compassion. When you know how much can be carried quietly, you judge others less. You understand that strength does not always look impressive. Often it looks like someone simply showing up again. The Stoics respected this kind of strength more than any physical display. They knew it was what sustained people through loss, exile, illness, and change. And as you begin to feel this endurance inside yourself, another realization emerges. You see that much of your struggle came not from lack of strength, but from fighting experiences that were meant to be endured, not conquered. This insight prepares you for the next layer of letting go. Because once endurance replaces resistance, you start to notice how attention itself determines the weight of experience. And learning where to place attention becomes the next key to inner freedom. As emotional endurance becomes something you trust, another truth quietly reveals itself. Pain has not disappeared, but it no longer dominates the way it once did. And when you look closely at what changed, it isn't life. It's where your attention goes. Attention is not neutral. It gives weight to whatever it touches. The Stoics understood that pain grows or shrinks based on how much attention it receives. Not because pain is imaginary, but because the mind magnifies what it repeatedly focuses on. Two people can experience the same difficulty, yet one suffers far longer. The difference is not resilience alone, it is attention. Where attention rests, experience deepens. When something hurts, attention naturally moves toward it. This is survival. Pain signals matter. But when attention stays fixed long after the signal has done its job, pain stops being information and becomes occupation. The mind begins to orbit the discomfort, checking it, measuring it, asking if it's gone yet. Each check refreshes the sensation. This is how pain multiplies without new cause. The Stoics noticed that attention can either witness pain or feed it. Witnessing is simple awareness. Feeding is repetition, commentary, and fixation. Most suffering comes from the second, not the first. Attention also shapes time. When you focus on pain, moments stretch, seconds feel heavy. The mind loses sense of movement. Pain feels endless, not because it is, but because attention is locked onto it. When attention loosens, time resumes its flow. This is why distraction can bring relief, but only temporarily. True relief comes not from escape, but from flexible attention, the ability to move attention without force. Another way attention creates pain is through anticipation. You feel something unpleasant, and attention jumps ahead. What if this doesn't stop? What if it gets worse? The mind leaves the present sensation and begins suffering the future. This imagined pain feels real because the body reacts to it. The Stoics trained attention to stay grounded, not denying the future, but not living in it emotionally. They knew that attention placed too far ahead creates anxiety, while attention stuck in the past creates regret. Pain thrives in both. Attention also decides meaning. When you focus on an experience with judgment, pain sharpens. When you focus on it with curiosity, pain softens. Curiosity creates space. Judgment tightens it. For example, noticing there is tightness in my chest keeps attention descriptive. Saying "this is awful" turns sensation into suffering. The words guide attention toward resistance. Resistance amplifies pain. The Stoics practiced neutral observation, not because they were cold, but because neutrality prevents unnecessary escalation. They knew that attention colored by emotion feeds the emotion itself. Another hidden way attention creates pain is through comparison. You compare now to before, to how things should be, to how others seem to handle things. Attention leaves the present and measures. Measurement adds judgment. Judgment adds suffering. When attention returns to what is actually happening now, without commentary, pain becomes manageable. It doesn't vanish, but it no longer overwhelms. The Stoics also understood that attention is finite. Wherever it goes, something else is neglected. When all attention is given to pain, meaning, beauty, connection, and possibility fade into the background. Life narrows. Pain feels larger because nothing else is being seen. This does not mean ignoring pain. It means not allowing it to consume the entire field of awareness. A powerful shift happens when you realize that attention is a choice, even when pain is present. You may not choose the sensation, but you choose whether to sit inside it completely or allow awareness to include other things. Sound, breath, movement, light. These do not erase pain, but they prevent it from becoming everything. The Stoics practiced this deliberately. They reminded themselves of scale, of impermanence, of the larger context of life. This widened attention reduced suffering because it restored proportion. Another important insight is that attention often goes where emotion pulls it. If you are afraid of pain, you watch it closely. If you fear collapse, you monitor yourself constantly. This vigilance creates more pain by keeping the system on alert. Letting go involves trusting that you don't need to watch pain every second for it to resolve. The body knows how to regulate when not micromanaged by fear. Attention also affects memory. When you constantly revisit painful experiences, you strengthen their emotional imprint. The memory becomes sharper, not softer. When attention moves forward, memory loses charge naturally. The Stoics didn't suppress memory. They stopped feeding it attention unnecessarily. One of the most freeing realizations is this: you don't need to give pain your full attention to honor it. You can acknowledge it without centering your life around it. This allows healing to happen quietly. As attention becomes more fluid, emotional endurance increases. You feel pain without drowning in it. You experience difficulty without losing perspective. You remain engaged with life even when it is uncomfortable. This does not make you indifferent. It makes you balanced. And as this balance develops, you begin to notice something profound. Pain is not always the result of what happens, but of what you attend to repeatedly. Change attention, and pain changes shape. This prepares you for the next layer of Stoic insight, because once you understand attention's power, you begin to see how loss itself is interpreted and carried, and learning how the mind turns loss into destruction, or allows it to remain loss, becomes the next step in letting go. As attention becomes more balanced, and pain no longer consumes the entire inner world, another misunderstanding slowly comes into focus. One that hides inside grief, disappointment, and change. A misunderstanding that turns natural loss into something far heavier than it needs to be. The mind often confuses loss with destruction. Loss is the absence of something that once existed. Destruction is the belief that what is gone has taken something essential with it. The first is an event. The second is an interpretation, and that interpretation is where suffering deepens. When something meaningful ends, the body reacts. Sadness rises. Longing appears. This is human. But then the mind adds a conclusion. Because this is gone, I am diminished. Because this ended, my life is broken. Because I lost this, I cannot be whole again. This is where loss turns into destruction. The Stoics understood that loss changes life, but it does not erase it. They saw that meaning is not stored in a single person, role, or outcome. When the mind ties meaning to one form, losing that form feels like losing everything. This is why some losses feel unbearable, not because they are objectively greater, but because identity was attached to them. The mind says, without this, who am I? That question feels terrifying. It suggests collapse. But identity is not a single structure. It is adaptive. It evolves. The belief that you cannot exist beyond what was lost is what creates the sense of destruction. Another reason loss feels like destruction is memory. The mind compares constantly, before and after, then and now. This comparison frames the present as inferior by default. You are not just grieving what is gone, you are judging what remains. The Stoics warned against this comparison, not because it is wrong to remember, but because comparison freezes life in a moment that no longer exists. You keep measuring the present against a past that cannot return. This guarantees dissatisfaction. Loss also feels destructive when the mind demands permanence from impermanent things. Relationships change, bodies age, circumstances shift. When you unconsciously expect stability where none exists, change feels like betrayal instead of movement. The Stoics practiced acceptance of impermanence, not as pessimism, but as realism. They knew that what comes will go, and because of that, they valued presence over possession. Another hidden factor is fear of emptiness. When something leaves, space appears. The mind panics at space. It rushes to fill it with meaning. Often that meaning is despair. Nothing will replace this. This gap proves something is missing. But space is not destruction. It is openness. The Stoics saw emptiness as potential, not immediate comfort, but possibility. The mind resists this because possibility feels uncertain. Certainty, even painful certainty, feels safer. Loss becomes destruction when you decide the story is over. You may notice that the pain of loss often spikes when you imagine the future without what is gone. The mind creates a future scene and declares it empty. But this future is imagined, not lived. You are suffering a version of tomorrow that may never exist. The Stoics trained themselves to return to now, not to deny grief, but to prevent imagination from turning loss into hopelessness. Right now, you are breathing. Right now, you are here. Right now, life continues, even if it feels altered. Another important distinction is between grieving what was and rejecting what is. Grief honors the past. Rejection fights the present. When you grieve, pain moves. When you reject, pain stagnates. The Stoics allowed grief. They did not dramatize it. They let it pass through without turning it into a permanent identity. You can miss what is gone without declaring yourself ruined. Loss also feels destructive when it is tangled with self-worth. I lost this because I wasn't enough. If I were better, this wouldn't have happened. These thoughts turn loss into self-attack. The mind uses absence as evidence against you. This is not truth. It is blame disguised as understanding. The Stoics believed that many losses are not personal failures. They are intersections of timing, circumstance, and change. Carrying responsibility for what was never fully in your control adds unnecessary weight. Letting go here means allowing loss to be what it is. An ending, not a verdict. You don't need to decide what it means about your future immediately. You don't need to rebuild meaning overnight. Life reorganizes gradually when not forced. Another powerful shift happens when you stop asking, "Why did this happen?" and start asking, "What remains?" Not in a dismissive way, but in an honest one. Often, what remains is more than you think. Capacity, values, experience, connection. You are still here. The Stoics believed that what cannot be taken is more important than what can. Character, integrity, the ability to respond. These survive loss. Over time, when loss is not confused with destruction, grief softens. Not because the loss mattered less, but because it is no longer threatening your existence. You begin to integrate the experience instead of being consumed by it. You carry the memory without collapsing into it. You honor what was without rejecting what is. This integration is where healing lives.
What you've just walked through is not a set of ideas meant to impress the mind. It is a way of putting the mind down.
You've seen how pain begins not with events, but with interpretation. How offense is learned, how stories harden into habits, how resistance feeds suffering, how loss becomes heavier when the mind turns it into destruction. And through every lesson, one truth keeps returning. Nothing outside the mind can harm you, unless the mind gives it permission. This doesn't mean life won't challenge you. It means challenge no longer owns you. It means emotions can rise without ruling, thoughts can appear without commanding, and the world can move without shaking your center. Letting go is not forgetting. It is not weakness. It is not silence born of fear. Letting go is the quiet strength of no longer fighting what already is, the discipline of choosing clarity over chaos, the freedom of carrying less and living more. If one idea from this journey stayed with you, don't let it pass unnoticed. Write in the comments the word free, not for anyone else, but as a reminder to yourself of what you're practicing now. And if this kind of calm, grounded wisdom is something you want more of, subscribe to the channel and stay with us, not to escape life, but to meet it with a steady mind. A quiet mind is not an empty one, it is a powerful one.